Hello, hello, chat. It's me. It's me, your favorite egg. I am here. Hello, hello, hello. I know that it's been a very long week because I haven't streamed for 10 days. I was busy doing overtime. I was in overtime hell. But I am back. Hello. I'm very, very excited for what today has in store for us. I hope you are excited as well, because today we play Subnautica 2. At least I'm gonna be playing it. Hello, chat. It's me. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all are as excited as I am. I'm very excited. I got the game as soon as I could, just so I could play it on stream. That was like my whole goal, right? I'm very excited to load this up. I had it already like 30 minutes ago, but it wanted to update, so I was letting it update, letting it do its thing. But I am so excited to play this game. For those of you who don't know, I played Subnautica a long time ago when I was not a VTuber, when I was like a normal streamer. And so being able to play Subnautica 2 as a streamer, as a VTuber specifically, is very funny. To me, it's very funny. And I wanted to play right when it came out. That was like my whole plan, was I wanted to play this right when it came out. So that is the plan today. That's what we're gonna do. That's what I'm gonna play. I'm gonna lock the fuck in, right? So I'm very excited. I was gonna get my heart rate monitor set up, but my heart rate monitor for some reason does not want to connect to my phone. Thing is, because that one's such an old model that the app I use no longer supports it. So I got a new one coming in. But that one's not gonna come in till like 2 to 5 p.m. Or no, 5. I think it's like it's either 2 to 5 or 5 to 10. Either way, it's gonna come in way after the stream, but that's fine. That's fine. We can still have fun. That's what matters. That's what matters. Anyway, I'm loading the game up in the background so I can adjust the settings and all that. But I wanted to actually I know I haven't been around, obviously, but I'm here. I had to do a lot of overtime. And so because of that, way my excitement immediately down. I saw some nausea time. Does the game make you nauseous? Does this game make you nauseous, Aya? Aya, what the fuck? Back. Jesus fuck. I'm so used to either you or Aya being here. Fear of ocean. Don't worry, that's why I'm here. I will brave the fear for you. My job is to play these games so y'all don't have to. I will be the one who gets jump scared. I will be the one who gets terrorized. Because I know it would I am your shield. Literally. For entertainment. I did not mean to say I'm used to Aya and you being here. So like my brain, when it looks over and it glances at the chat, it thinks it's either you or it's Aya, because y'all are the ones who always roll up. You two are like the two, you know that oh my god, what's the thing I'm trying to reference? You know that meme that people make with that one Pokemon, with that one person from Pokemon who's like a villain, I think. And she had like two like fan people who are like always there. Marnie. Like I am Marnie, and you two are my fan, or my fan chat gremlin folk. I'm actually working on something very fun that I think you're gonna like. I have something I'm working on in the background of a potential name for chat, finally. A potential creation for chat, you may say. I think you will like it. It's something I've been working on for a little bit. The game is compiling shaders in the background. So I'm just kind of like letting it do its thing while I yap. But I am excited to play this game. I don't know how long I'm gonna stream today. I did get off work, but I'm very hyped up and I've been drinking Mountain Dew. So like I might be awake for a little bit. Might be awake for a while, actually. I may have caffeinated myself up on purpose. Now, something I do want to say is that Subnautica 2 is in early access and is actively being developed. So, not everything is in the game, and that's fine. Well, so one of the main reasons I'm excited for this is, you know, when I did QA testing, one of my favorite things about doing QA testing was I got to be there as the things I worked on got developed, and I got to watch that development happen in real time and see all the changes that came with it in real time. And to me, that shit is wild. I love it. I love seeing it. I love how unique it is. It is something that makes me happy. And so I'm very excited to be able to play a game right when it enters early access and then watch that same thing happen again. You know? One of my favorite things about working in game testing was being able to peek behind the curtain. And while, yeah, an early access game isn't necessarily peeking behind the curtain because anyone can get... Well, I would say still peeking behind the curtain. I know a lot of people see it as, oh, well, it's not as exclusive as, say, being a QA tester where you actually see NDA-related stuff. That is true. But at the end of the day, it's still an opportunity for us as players and enjoyers of this medium to be able to see these things in a way that we normally have never seen before. Right? You know, way back when we got games, they were already polished, already finished. The most we got was, like, as a early access was, like, demos, like the PlayStation demo disc and stuff like that, right? Now, we get to see these games develop in real time and get to be there as part of it, and I think that's, like, really fucking beautiful, and I think that's really, really neat. That is one of my favorite things. That's why I want to play Subnautica 2. Also because I think it'd be fun to terrorize myself. So, for those of you who don't know, I have Submechanophobia. What is Submechanophobia, you may ask? Submechanophobia is the fear of underwater man-made objects. So, I have a particular fear in which I get unsettled / very anxious when there's underwater man-made objects around me. This stems from when I was really, really young. I was on the Jaws ride at Universal Studios, and that ride specifically gave me my fear. Also, because of this fear, I know way too much about underwater animatronics and underwater robots. I don't know why it gave me a hyperfixation. I got a hyperfixation of my phobia. Please explain that one to me, chat. Whose idea was that? But I think we're gonna have fun. I promise, Vec, I didn't mean anything bad by it. I'm, like, worried because Vec isn't talking. Vec, are you there? I'm sorry. Please come back. I'm just, like, yapping at this point. You can tell I'm excited because of how much I'm yapping. Okay. I gotta change some... So, let me switch over to the game. So that way you guys can actually see it. Oh, my Discord just, like, crashed randomly. I'm definitely going to be turning down some of the graphics on the game because my computer is funky. I am at work, play the game. I am, Perry! We're going back in the fucking ocean! Mentally preparing for ocean game. I told you, I am here for you. I will protect you, I need to stop doing that. I will protect you, Vec. I am your shield. I am your knight. Don't worry about the fact I am also getting scared shitless. That's part of it. That's part of the experience. Trust. Here we are. Okay, we're gonna turn off motion blur. I don't like motion blur. We're gonna turn on a frame rate limit. Also, why is the audio not turned on? Hold on. There we go. Both have an ocean-related fear. Basically. I'm gonna keep these on. We'll keep these on medium for now. I think we can roll with medium because we have, like. I want to have, because we have a frame rate limit, so I think we'll be fine. That's my logic here, okay? I might change settings as we play, but that's okay. Let me check. Apply. Background audio. Turn it on in case I click out of the game. Controls, language, accessibility. What do we got? Text scale. I'll make it large so it's easier for y'all to read. Camera bobbing, we'll leave it on. Outlines, we'll leave those on. I like that there's a colorblind filter. That is nice. I need to find out what... Oh, I'm gonna turn the audio down a little bit, because I can't fucking hear myself, Chad. Is that good for you, Chad? Is 80 good? There we go. I might turn it down more. I'm like paranoid that's gonna like not run right. Fuck it, we're gonna do low. 1080p. Especially because like restarting the game is strongly recommended. Rudder. It's fine. I can work with this. I can work with this. Alright. I'm gonna play single player because I don't have anyone who I know that can play this game or is playing it right now. But I'll tell you right now, if any of my homies get this fucking game in the future, I will play it with them. I will load up in your world. I'll jump shit for you. I am your shield. Alright. That's enough yapping from me. New single player game. Manage health, hunger, thirst, oxygen. Respawn with drops mines. Perfectly unlimited resource, no health, hunger, thirst, or oxygen. We're gonna do survival. We're not doing creative. Okay? Trust. Okay. Excuse me. I don't know why I burped. Why am I burping? Are those roots? I feel like the experience to play this with me. Beck, I will protect you. That's my goal. I will protect you. What's this home? They added multiplayer? Yeah, this one's co-op. You can play with up to 3 other people, so it's like 4-player co-op. If I remember correctly. Oh, chat, we're locking. Fucking. The flight to the desert world, Zazura, will last 14 years. It is a one-way trip. When you awaken, your new life begins. Hi, Ari. Hi, SCP. Select Pioneer to print. I can be different people? Additional options coming soon. I can make myself in this game. I like their names. I like Triage. Triage is just a fire name. I'm picking Triage. Specifically, I'm picking... It's also still loading shaders in the background, so if it's running a little funky, that is why, chat. Customize? Oh, I can... What can I do? How can I customize you? I can make your suit purple. Okay. I can work with this. I can work with this.
Body print complete. PDA implant reset to factory settings.
Where the fuck am I? Why is it so bright in here, bro?
Warning. Atmospheric pressure above human maximum. Projected lifespan 13 minutes. Adaptation required.
Is it straining your lungs? Adaptation required. How do I adapt? Oh wait, there's a button right here. Complete. How do I? Game explain. Game, what the fuck do I do? Oh, assign bio bed. Oh, there's all of our beds. Boot the thing.
You're the QI. Your life is my job. My job is your life. I wish I could make full introductions, but courtesies must wait. We are both going to die if we stay here. There's another Noah node in the life pod outside. Get me there and I can get us both to safety.
Okay, I trust you, AI.
You are burning in slow motion. Under 60 atmospheres of pressure, oxygen becomes a neurotoxin. Nitrogen bubbles saturate your flesh and pry your joints apart. I've opened the door to the adaptation chamber. Your printed body can borrow tricks from indigenous life. You'll feel better. You'll be better. The last pioneer didn't make it to the life pod. I'm activating their black box signal. You will make it. That's why you're the QI.
But am I a copy of someone?
User death imminent. Proceed to adaptation.
Am I a fucking copy of someone?
Thanks to Terra Pioneer nanotech,
Oh,
your
fuck.
body can adapt survival traits from a Zezuran rat. Proceed to the sampling pavilion.
Chat, I'm a little nervous. Do I have to hit the button?
Scanning for necessary adaptation. Your body cannot survive exterior conditions. Please proceed to the sampling pavilion to adapt. Your body cannot survive exterior conditions. Please proceed to the sampling pavilion to adapt.
Is it this?
Gene donor found. You must adapt alien traits to survive. Adapting trimethylamine, N-oxide synthesis. Pressure tolerance increased. Vital signs stabilizing. Congratulations. This orb is now your relative.
Was that a good idea? Pat, what was that a good idea? I'm starting to think that wasn't a good idea. It's like a really weird thing that the game had me do. Also, hold on, my settings are still a little funky. What the fuck is this shit? Okay, me like right now, I'm like, huh? Okay, what else can I turn off? Because the game is acting a little funny, which made me change my name. Wait, who were you before? I need to know who you were before. It was Ballgag 69. Of course, they made you change your name. I'm surprised they let you keep the 69 part. Yeah, you can absorb traits from other creatures. That's like. So I'm a copy that can absorb traits from other creatures. Hello, Profanator. Hey, what the fuck is that sound? And do I want to know what it is? Amphora sponge. Okay.
Barometric depth gauge activated.
Where the fuck am I? Oh, I'm in water! Oh, I immediately... brother, I hate this. Brother, I hate this. Brother, I hate... Brother. Chat, I hate that. Also, since the game is, like, kind of acting a little funky, I know it said that I would have to, like, restart the game to change some settings. So I'm gonna restart it real quick to make sure that the setting change actually happened. Then I'm gonna reopen it because the game is chugging a little. And I checked my stuff. My stuff is fine. Like my memory and stuff is fine. I already checked that. It's just the game itself is having a little bit of a fit. You know, it happens. It happens to the best of us. Well, I know I'm gonna close this as well. See if that frees up a little bit of of power for my game. My Firefox has been eating a lot of memory lately. It's like turning into another, like, fucking Google Chrome. I'm like, I don't like this. Why are you doing that? Stop it. Why are you becoming the thing you swore to destroy? Genuinely. I'm loading up the game again. Also, I wonder if I should do... Let me try window capture. I want to see window capture. Like, sometimes window capture plays nicer than game capture. Sometimes. So we're gonna test that. Okay. Up to the last two openings? What the fuck? What do you mean the last two openings? Here we are. Oh, I can convert my single-player games into, It says I can convert my single-player games into, multiplayer. Okay, so window capture for some reason is a little funky, but that's okay, we have game capture. Okay, I like how the game's running now. That's a lot better. I can work with this. Okay. So we just need to get to the black box. Fuck, I hate everything about this, brother.
A serious accident has occurred. Your sleep bay has been separated from the cicada. You must reach the surface and send a distress call.
Cat, I hate... Chat, I hate this. Fuck! That reprint point. Yeah, there we go. This is where I'm gonna fucking spawn. Something kills me, I guess. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck, done. Thank you. The sleep bay was extremely confined. Access mission state, assess mission state, yeah.
My full name is Noetic Advisor Node, ISV CIDSB3. Between us, I prefer Noah. You are the QI, the qualified investigator. Wear it with pride. We have made violent planetfall. I don't know the status of the pioneer colonists, the cicada, or the 40,000 souls stored in its quartz memory. I am just one Noah node. I print and support the colonists stored in Sleep Bay 3. But if things go wrong, I am authorized to print a QI or two for troubleshooting. If we're going to complete the mission to build a human future on this world, you will have to lead the way. Are you ready to begin?
Okay.
I can't release the life pod. The clamps have corroded shut. The tyranny of matter. You'll have to swim out and release them manually. They're on the back of the pod, outside the passenger window. Mind your breath.
I have to swim out and I have to release the fucking clamps. I have to go back out there. Fuck me, Chad. Genuinely, fuck this. Genuinely, fuck this. Why does it have to start? Oh, fuck, bro. I fucking hate this. Oh my fucking god, I hate this. I fucking hate this. Okay. So it's outside. I need to go outside. I need to go outside and I need to release the clamps. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what he said. Right? Right. That's what we need to do. That's what we need to do. We need to release the clamps. Where are the fucking clamps? Can you tell me where the clamps are? Can you tell me where the clamps are? That looks like a clamp. That looks like a clamp. We released one clamp. We released the other clamp. I don't like the fucking noises I heard out there. Oh, fuck me.
Prepare for launch.
Okay. Okay, we're launching.
Life pod release.
Okay, we're launching.
Trajectory error.
What do you mean trajectory error? Why is the cutscene not playing, chat?
Collision. Thrusters.
Brother, what's happening? I can't tell what the fuck is happening.
Thrusters. Stand by.
Oh, now I can see. What the fuck did I hit?
Thruster function restored. Brace for corrective reorientation.
Brother, what the fuck? Oh, what the fuck?
Obstructions detected. Increasing thrusters.
Oh, fuck me.
Releasing parachute.
Come on, we need to get the fuck out of the water.
Release firing mechanism failure. Brace for impact.
Oh, fuck. Hello? Hello, Coco. Jesus fucking
Starter
spray.
does not recognize the sky. Titan class biosignature on the horizon.
Oh, fuck.
You are not on Caesura, Pioneer.
Then where are we? I don't have to fear the sea, right? Right, Egg? Yeah, you'll be fine. No, I don't have a fear to sea. But I do have a what? What in the fuck are you? But I have a But this concerning intro was literally just my straight up fear of submechanophobia. Let me talk to the fucking robot. Brother, what do we do?
I printed 26 colonists before the sleep bay drowned, many of them more than once. This is my purpose: to reincarnate you from digital storage, support your work, and if necessary, reverse your death. If I lose track of my colonists, I am empowered to send a qualified investigator to track them down. Do this for me, and I can offer you hazard pay, credit against your contract debt. Risk code: Sierra Ordinal Warrant 2. I am already searching for the black boxes of the missing colonists. Stand by for search locations. Downloading colony manifests to your PDA.
Thank you, buddy.
This isn't Caesura. I thought you should discover that for yourself, investigator. There should be a colony waiting for us. Your fellow pioneers, my fellow Noah-nodes, working together to break ground for those who still sleep. Instead, silence. Not even the cicada answers. We are alone. I've sent your PDA the standard survival guide. While you pioneer the area and fabricate your tools, I'll apply myself to the life pod sensors.
What the fuck is going on? You think I know Barry? Apparently now I'm a goddamn clone. Okay, we're gonna save. Wait, I should check storage. Is there anything in my storage? Okay, I can heal myself. And I have food. So we need water. We need to acquire water.
This isn't Caesura.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got that part. I'm just fired a whole... Or is it too much fuck, brother?
Locating the colony is your best chance of survival. A prolonged search will require food and water.
At least it's pretty. Good fingers a lot of it around you. You know what the fuck I mean. I need, like, proper water. Oh, what's that? Wait, hold on, I want to see what this is. You look funny. What do you do? That... Oxygen. Something down here produces oxygen. You produce oxygen. Hell yeah. I'm just gonna stand above you while I try to figure out what to do. Okay, so there's a funny plant. Mimic pylon. So I need to make a tool.
Seawater sampling detects a source of genetic adaptations in this region, tracking a bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
Is there another fucking Kara infestation here? Okay, I need to make tools. I need to make tools. I need to make water. I need to find water slugs. What the fuck are water slugs? What is this? Oh, I can make grease. Okay. Okay, so first things first, we need to find water slugs. They make water. That's important. Now I want to see if I have the old opening.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Notice the intrusive and persistent heart icon. Return to the knife pod at your convenience. Remember that you are in command of the mission.
Probably a new infestation. Then now we gotta worry about. Okay. What do you have to tell me?
I'm monitoring noxiously elevated viral loads in the seawater. Heavy metal assays detect bone-blistering levels of cadmium, lead, and chromium. This planet is already killing you. We have to know if the life pod biobed can help. Find a convenient way to die. Your black box will phase your mind to the biobed. I'll print you in a new body. You can return to your point of exit to retrieve dropped items. Regular reprinting may help slow down environmental contamination. It's not a long-term solution, but for now, we have to triage.
Hey, did my AI just tell me to kill myself, chat?
Standing by to reprint you.
Well, does it seem to be that there is... Well, maybe it's an infestation? I don't know. Let's go look for water slugs. I think that's a water slug. Are you a water slug? Yes, you are.
Filters brine into drinkable fresh water.
Oh, there's fish.
An adaptation to the seawater's
Look at him go.
enormously high
I think that's a couple. Okay. Water slug, you're staying with me. I'm gonna use you. Oh wait, hold on. Titanium.
resistant habitats, titanium is an ideal structural material.
Okay. Trash means do things rapidly, pushing with a great sense of urgency. Well, I need to make water, so you know what? He can wait for a little bit. I need to make stuff to survive with. That's the important thing. We're gonna need a tool. We're gonna need many tools. Many tools for this mission. But first, I need to make water. Water acquired. There we go. I don't like this is wrong. This is hardly different than what we originally had. I know nothing about what the original was like. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm gonna put my titanium in. Do you have bunny ears? No, that's just your eyes. Oh my god, your eyes are goofy. Periscopic clown crab. Oh, you look so goofy. I love you. Oh, you look so goofy. I love you. Dad, I found the cutest fucking thing imaginable. Hey, what the fuck was that sound? Brother, what the fuck hissed?
Oxygen.
Something hissed at me and I didn't like it. nothing in there. I need to find more titanium. That's like my goal right now, is more titanium. And water slugs. Hello, guy, come here. I kind of like how the water slugs look. They kind of look very goofy. It's very cute. See, I don't know a lot about the history of this game's development. The most I know is, like, about the lawsuit and stuff, and, like, the fact that they were trying to, like, that some shit happened, and that, from what I understand, and I might be wrong, that the original creators slash developers have, like, now permanently, like, own the game effectively. But I might be wrong on that. Okay, we need to make more water. So I can make a survival multi-2.
Available to TSF frontiersmen. Only this demilitarized switch axe is approved for colonial fabrication. In untrained hands, firearms are primarily used to harm other colonists or the self.
Need more water. Oh, that's cool. The game was almost turned to AI slot, from what I heard. From what I understand, it's in the hands of the creators slash developers at this point. I will have to actually go pull up, like, info to tell you properly. Mainly because, like, my fear of that bullshit points at that fucking wreckage in the distance is making my brain, like, kind of struggle to recollect information in an accurate way. Okay, BRB, thank you, my beloved. I love you.
Oxygen.
I know, oxygen, I know. I need to make suit and tank so I can fucking exist out here. Climb. Okay. What did I need to make? This gives me some, but I want the air tank. So I need more titanium, I need rubber, and I need silver. Do I have to make rubber? I do have to make rubber with Lucifer Rotsack. I don't know what the fuck that is. Holy fuck, chat, I just got scared shitless by myself. I think my roommate either moved her door or someone moved something behind me where I saw my shadow out of the corner of my eye move as if someone was standing behind me, and I whipped around so fucking fast. Oh, I'm anxious. Ooh. Back had a wake ray. Hell yeah. Oh my god, my fucking heart. Oh god, I'm yeah, hold on, let me turn this little guy I got into more water. Who is sniffing me?
Smell like bitches.
How dare you sniff me? How dare point at you? Oh wait, well, it's Vec, it's fine. I'm used to Vec being a gremlin. Also, Vec, Perry, y'all are homies. Y'all can join me in the call. Just know you will hear me terrified. I don't know if you can, Perry, because I know you're working, but I want to give the offer to Vec at least. Excuse me. Okay, I'm gonna put all my water in here so it's safe. I've consumed. I need to consume this. I am. Oh. What the fuck was that sound? Also, what the fuck are those? Oh, you glow. Okay. Oh, there's more of you. Huh. Pick up this water slug.
This quartz contains dead coral polyps. It may have formed on or near a coral dome.
I'm RPing as a fucking crab right now, just skittering across the ocean floor. Probably done stream by the time I'll be available. I don't know. I don't work today. And I don't work tomorrow or the next day.
Oxygen.
So I might be playing for like a hot minute. Or 22k up to 100k points. That's a lot. Is that a like an air vent? Kind of cool. So, oh, that glow at night is so pretty. Oh, that glow at night is so pretty. Fuck, they locked in on that. I need to look for goodies. Wait, I want to catch you. Wait, I want to catch you. Come back. Catch you. I catch you. Oh god, I can cook you. What are you? I see something in the distance that looks kind of big. Will you still be streaming at 3 p.m.? 3 p.m. my time or 3 p.m. your time? Because right now it's 9 a.m. for me. I also may or may not have applied for a place. I hope you get it. You deserve it. I'm gonna make a lot of water. What do you mean I can't eat it? Brother. 3 p.m. your time. I could try to be. I can lock in. So I need to figure out, where do I get fibrous pulp? It's called pulp, so I'm guessing I get that from plants. Right? That makes sense, right, chat? I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna cook you. I'm gonna cook you. Apparently, these are not a fish. So what the fuck are you? So I have to pack for a road trip. But I like staying up. What happens if I eat something that like my digestive system can't eat? What would happen? I'm curious. I'm gonna put this in here too, so it's safe. Here we go. I've consumed water. Yeah, see, there's like big things in the distance. I don't know what they are. I also don't know if they're friendly. I believe you, Perish. I honestly don't know how long I'm gonna stream. I do know I want to try to go longer than I usually do, because I really want to like enjoy this game and play it and just have fun. So like, I can't really tell you how long I'm gonna be playing for.
Creates copper on cave roofs and overhangs.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna take it though. It's $6.50 a week in rent. That'll be split between 3 peeps, myself included. But it's really nice and big. It has a mean ass Seth spot too. See, I'm really excited for the place I'm moving into because I'm gonna be paying $600. But that's fine with me because I'm also gonna bring my internet and stuff. But I'm hoping I get one of the rooms that has like a balcony area-ish, because I think it'd be funny if during my breaks, I go outside and smoke a joint. Brother, what the fuck is that sound? I hate that I'm hearing weird-ass noises, and I don't know what they are. I need to figure out, where am I gonna get the pulp? Where am I gonna get the pulp? The pulp is important. And I don't want to cut down the pretty plants. What about you? Cut dragon scale coral. Yeah. You give me coral mash. That's not what I'm looking for, but we're learning. We're learning, Chad. Iris rent's that cheap here. Holy fuck. Well, I'm also sharing a house with like a bunch of folks. You shocked me. I don't like that. Can I cut you? No, I can't. Damn. Crazy. There is what looks like plant life over here. And there's different coral, or different mushroom. What is this gonna give me? Or is it the same one and I'm just blind? It's the same one, I'm just blind. That's a big fish. Branching coral, what do you give me? You not give me anything? No, fuck. I need to find something that's gonna give me what I'm looking for. You're a huge fish. You make funny noises. You're pretty. What about you? Will you give me what I'm looking for?
There is no sign of plant life on this world. This wax
Oh, you don't?
fiber is closer to vinyl or latex than cellulose. Committed vegetarians should expect protein.
Huh, interesting. What are you? Come here, I want to catch you. Where'd you go? Oh, can you hide in that? Oh, fibrous pulp. Fibrous pulp. I found it. I found it. And rucksack.
To use alien life forms for survival purposes. Oxygen, expected complexity.
Give me what I want. I need a few of these too. It's also directly across the road from my family, so we can always go over and raid our fridge. Someone choking. Oh no, it is very funny whenever I do visit my folks because they immediately send me back with like a fuck ton of food.
Oxygen.
I still wonder what those are. They kind of look cool. Okay. So I know I need to make rubber. Oily fiber salad, liminal figure between cement, plastic bag. Valid effects unknown. Okay, I probably can't click that. I can make I need to make rubber. That's very important, so I can make my suit that I want to make. And then I need to make a bunch of fiber for my fins. It might be easier for me to make my fins than it is going to be to make the air tank. Because I already have enough fiber to make that, and I could probably get enough rubber. I'm thinking. This is me talking out loud to myself. Now that I'm like starting to kind of like lock in a little bit. I don't know what to do with these, so I'm just gonna put them in here. I was not prepared to be applying for a place here. I thought it'd be next year at least, but here we are. Can I ask why? It's okay if you don't want to share. Are you? That's more titanium. I need to find... Let me go look for those plants that make the rubber. I think I saw some... Oh, you fucker. You shocked me again. You actual dickhead. I don't know what that is, but that does not look like what I'm looking for, and that looks like it might... that makes me think it's a bomb fish. I don't know if I trust that. So we're you know what? Fuck it, we'll cut it. What are you? Pick up medical gel sack. Oh fuck! Ew, 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 oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, that hurt, oh that hurt, oh that hurt, oh that hurt. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Rudder. Why did I think that was a good idea, chat? What did I get out of that? I got acid. Yay. That's not what I was looking for. Let me look for stuff that I do not have. I need to make more rubber. I need to make more rubber. That's like a goal right now. We need rubber because then I can get fins and that's gonna make at least moving around a little bit easier. Is the plan. Rubber source. Rubber source. Take that copper. I can use you.
Oxygen.
Damn, I can't pick that up. I'll come back. Can I get on top of this? Can I just sit on this? Heh heh. Look at me, I'm on top of the world! Ooh! I wonder what those are. Okay. I am gonna use this to make more rubber, which will be useful. Distraction flare? Why do I need a distraction flare? Enough fins! Now I have fins. Perfect. We make more rubber. So I can go get more stuff for rubber. That's like nearby. That's easy. I need grease, I need furnace, but how do I make my fabricator functional? How do I make you functional? Figure it out. Also, I should probably make the scanner too, now that I think about it. Oh, I can make a battery. Wait, hold on. I might be able to make you right now. Hold on. Huh, me getting poison actually worked out. I can make a scanner.
Stranded on 4546B, Riley Robinson used a field scanner to outwit teleporting alien cyborgs and treat his Kara infection. Behavioral economists still debate why Riley abandoned a lucrative motivational speaking career to return to frontier life.
Oh, let him live his life.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Drop all this off in here. Okay, what do you got for me? Anita.
Contact. I've located the black box of Anita Gottschall, the colony purser. Partial voice data retrieved.
We're so hungry.
Anita always liked to watch you shuffle cards. She said you had a knack for holding things. Find out what happened to her. Signal location uploaded to your PDA.
That's like kind of ominous. This poison just help us eat? What the fuck do you mean by that? Like that. I need to get some food in me, so I kind of want to see what would happen if I ate this.
Critical warning. Stomach failure. Expected caesarean proteins. Found unknown alien tissue.
Oh. That just fucking hurt me instead. Fuck. It's fine. We just need to, like, lock in. Okay, so since there is an ad break, I will pause here real quick. I'm gonna go stretch and stuff. So use this break as a chance to get stretches in and take care of yourselves. I will be right back.
So, I think I just come to a realization, Egg.
Egg? Did Egg pass out?
I think Egg might have actually fallen asleep. We were joking about it, but I feel like Egg actually did fall asleep.
Egg.
Unless Egg walked away. Hang on, I got this. I'm getting open the soundboard. Egg, 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 egg,
Huh?
egg.
What? What?
You
Wake
passed out?
Did I?
Yes.
You might wanna end stream if you're
Yeah, you.
Sleepy
You
bitch.
Yeah, your
literally
model was
fell,
kinda-
you fell asleep
Yeah.
at keyboard.
Yeah.
Yeah, your model was kind of slumped over. So
Well, at least I can clip that.
Did I fall asleep? Oh fuck.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, no 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 no.
Oh no!
Alright, I'm popping a Tic Tac. Let's do this.
Why a TikTok?
Let's go.
What kind of TikTok are you? My name's Egg. I am a chaotic beastkeeper who likes to play horror and indie video games. Fuck me in the ass.
Those are the key words. Hey baby, can I have a snack?
Marriage laws, Japan. Oh, never mind. I don't like that.
I fucking.
Uh-huh.
I fucking broke the game.
I'm like,
I
the
fucking-
kid turn.
I fucking broke the game.
Damn,
Oh.
marriage laws. Japan broke the game. Fuck.
No, I looked over instead of a robot like walking. I changed my mind. Validation. Put it in the bag. Save. Point at. You're a friend that you're one of the friends I cherish so much. It feels like I've known you for years. You are a great person through and through. No matter what life throws your way, I believe in you and I believe in everything that you are capable of, and I appreciate you. And I'm glad we're friends. You're one of my closest friends. Remember that. Believe in the me that believes in you. Master, do you have the Rude Blade?
Get it! I don't think I do, so I'm grabbing you one.
Okay. Oh, she might do it. Look, go! Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it!
Oh! Ah! I'm waiting to see this happen in stream.
Mommy again.
The fucking. The
I look at your stream. I just saw me got fucking propelled off camera. Like,
you just got yeeted. I saw. Welcome back from your ad break. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope y'all like the new ad screen that I have. I'm very proud of it. I'm very happy with it. Alright, let's log back into this game, shall we? So, I now have fins. I can move better in the water. We still need to get our hands... Are those two fish together? Hi. Can I scan you?
Flares may distract attacking predators.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't have bite trauma. They didn't bite me. Oh, do you mean on them? Scan for eye. Thank you for letting me scan you. Okay. So we need to start scanning shit. Scan your ass. Wax spoon. Very pretty. Very chill. Hi. I love scanning shit. We do need more rubber, which reminds me, wasn't there a thing over here of rubber I was harvesting? Yeah, it was this way.
Oxygen.
Okay. So we got enough to make some rubber. We need some titanium. It's gonna be hard. There's like a decent amount of titanium around here. Kind of like laying. Wait, is that diamond? Is that the other one? No, I think that's quartz. That's quartz. I'm pretty sure this is quartz. Yeah. I don't need quartz right now. I can just leave it there. That looks like someone's base.
Colony colony structure located. There may be clues to the location of the main habitat.
Welcome center. Just go in here. Oh, it's... Yeah, I'm gonna need an oxygen tank for this. This is gonna require an oxygen tank. See, being in the water is not super bad. It's when there's sunken shit in the water that I start having issues. I start panicking a little. A lot of fish here. What happened over here? I see a black box. Let's go towards it. Can't be pussies. We need to lock in. What's that sound? What's that sound? What's that sound? What's that sound? Oh! Oh, you fuckers charge. You want to charge me? Probably what you did to her.
Potential donor found. Suit surface detects molecules matching the organism from the sleep bay.
I can hear you. Sophie says you're a hallucination, just a virus, but I know you're listening. We're so hungry. There's food all around us, but it's poison. Will you help? If I feed you, will you feed us? This is my body, given for you. Just help us eat.
That's not ominous at all. Am I gonna die?
Adapting alien enzymes to your stomach lining. You may now digest freely.
Thank you. I'm gonna head back home. Where's my house? There's my house. What the fuck? What the fuck indeed? This game is interesting, but also a little terrifying. I need to figure out where the hell I'm gonna get diamond. That is a goal right now. That's a focus. Because I really need to make something where I can have more oxygen than what I'm working with here. We made rubber. I believe I have one thing of titanium in here. No, I don't. I need titanium. I have so much of this fucking, like, fibrous pulp. Yeah, we're gonna make so many salads. Oh, I get it. She asked the plant for an adaptation for their crew. In exchange, the plant received nutrients for body. But, that's a little terrifying. This is yeah. Well, since it's getting dark, I'm gonna go through my logs. I want to see what the databank says. Was there going to this world's genetic code? Use different words for amino acids, creating waxy metallic proteins. Mixing enzymes cannot digest him. Undigested mass builds up in the intestines, causing indigestion, intestinal blockage, starvation, and gout. This allows your digestive tract to secrete alien enzymes built of human chemistry. Borrowing these enzymes bypass the scientific equivalent as your digesting itself are made up. Okay, well at least I can eat. And now I have a pressure tolerance. Each additional, breathing normal air, press first gas molecules. I get to learn science! Saturating him like a soda, disrupting necessary function. DC organisms produce a molecule called T-mal. I wonder if this is actually like a real, if this is true, like if this is actually based off real science. T-mal is a stiffener for water molecules, helping them hold their shape against pressure. Adapting your body to produce a stiffener will reduce the rate of gas saturation, allowing your pioneer nanomachines to clean up the fatal fizz as fast as it develops. I have nanomachines? I have nanomachines. I have nanomachines! This adaptation may result in long-term liver damage, but the consequences fall beyond your current survival horizon. The adaptation also prevents trimethylate, a condition which a seafood diet can lead to a powerful fishy body odor. Wait, that can happen? But I like fish. Colonies pursue Anagosh will drown near an angel comb. You believe the comb could help her digest this world's food. You have already gained one effective adaptation from an angel comb. Anita implied that the colonists feared hallucinations caused by a virus and that she could feed the comb with her body. She may have been delirious. I mean, I got the adaptation. Okay, so we have the manifest. She was one of the people on here. Colony Purser, Theory, Bagatory, Hero Knight, expired Mongolian Free State trademark for especially drive to work. Retired Protestant ethic work coach. Experienced professional crisis after counseling Mongolian refugees on career retraining. Volunteer for cicada colony mission to seek personal renewal. Notes, departure from part of ethnic philosophy may create unmet need for belonging. Is that why she gave herself up to the flower? Because it made her feel like she belonged? They died. Pioneer died, drowning, they became disoriented and ran off air, they died alone. It has to do with the person that died earlier. We're so hungry, just food. This place may help. My body can just help us eat. Anita died of drowning caused by sedation. Her lungs contain elevated levels of xenon and anesthetic. She may have inhaled xenon from her AER tank. Anita suffered from advanced lead poisoning and starvation at the time of her death. Anita spoke to someone before dying. Anita died alone. Anita died about 25,000 hours ago. She was transmitted to a bioban in Sleep 8-3 by contamination with heavy metals and retroviral DNA. She was reprinted without reset. Her life continued. So she's still alive? An ongoing conflict with the Kara xenosystem. So Kara is still a threat. If I'm reading this correctly, the 5th line says that I release Altera Corporation from any liability for permanent death or military conscription by the Trans-System Federation if caused by the ongoing conflict with the Kara xenosystem. So we probably cured it in some areas, but not all of them. If I'm understanding this correctly. So Kara's still a thing. Okay, let's read about the 4-eye. 4-eye, a predatory fish always born in pairs of identical twins. The twins pair belly to belly, joining their digestive and nervous systems to behave as a single organism. The individual 2-eye is convergent with earthfish. Large mobile pectoral fins are suited to quick maneuvers, not cruising. Washed eyes often offer better vision upward. Individuals feed on smaller forage fish and hard-shell crustaceans. Two individuals paired to a complete 4-eye through a pair of modified ventral fins, which have evolved into sensitive structures similar to those shark suckers. Repeating this phrase can help train vocal dexterity. The embryonic yolk stalk grows through the forward sucker, allowing the joint pair to share nutrients. Nerve clusters in the suckers trigger each other through the skin, passing sensory data and motor commands. Separate individuals are prone to brief seizures, suggesting the nervous system is sensitive to external influence. 4 eyes can unpair and repair at any time. When sexually mature, twins paired since infancy split up to seek out mating partners, forming new 4 eyes. Mated pairs may be cross-sex, with the male fertilizing the female, or same-sex, with both individuals cooperating to locate and mate or mates. The fish can be gay, chat! Remember that. The fish are gay. The duplex 4-eye is aggressive and willing to attack even larger species. It is unclear if this is a territory guarding strategy, a relic of some ancient group behavior, or even a form of youthful play. Solitary 2 eyes may be ill or in mourning. Avoid. Minor danger, be alert for unpredictable attacks. Oh, so they did attack me. I wasn't paying attention to them. There's no data entry for the wax moon. What about the coral? Hardcore grows on hydrothermal vents. Drives metabolic reactions by using the temperature gradient between a top base and its cold water lip. Dragon scale polyps must grow their hard coral shells in water rich with dissolved minerals, a good resource. If this doesn't dissolve, you too. Limestone cannot survive in this vent water. Instead, the dragon scale polyps extend long fibers which collect metal ions. These metal whiskers are both an anchor for further mineral growth and the key to the coral's metabolism. The difference in temperature between the cold and hot end of the dragon scale induces electrical current along its whiskers, which the dragon scale polyps use to drive metabolism. Deposits of trellulite within the dragon scale enter unusual quantum spin state when heated above 150 degrees Celsius. And branching. Data bank auto-generation interrupted. Script hook found in allocated memory. Excruciating. Unpacking archive data. Nahima, voice log, go. If you're listening to this and you don't have lead poisoning, I'm very jealous. If you're listening to this and you do have lead poisoning, I'm sorry I couldn't figure out in time. Mea culpa. This is a typical protean coral. It works differently than Earth coral. The gross morphology is a branching tree, like some species of Earth's extinct acropora. We all call it coral because we know the word, but the difference matters. On Earth, coral are basically tiny jellyfish living in stone houses. Jellyfish seeking prey. They also you have to, whatever fuck, live with them. House guests who make food from the sun. On Proteus, I think what we're seeing here is actually a sponge acting as a landlord. The sponge makes a house. It rents space to these tiny coral polyps, which sting prey and capture sunlight as energy for the sponge. The sponge used to be in charge, but eventually the coral polyps got so good at their job that the sponge stopped pumping water, and just lived off rent from the coral polyps. To keep its sense alive, it evolved a rocky shell, like Earth's scaro sponges. If I'm right, we should see other coral sponge pairs that have worked out different deals, each deal suited to a particular ecological niche. Mimic pylon. Potentially Pyloraptor mimic, a predatory animal disguised as a leafy kelp. Oh, so that's an animal! Discharge electroshock when disturbed. It resembles an octopus or squid-plated mantle down in the seabed, with its arms stretched to mimic kelp. Pouches of symbiotic bacteria between the arms allow it to photosynthesize. A beak at the center of its arms is plugged with mucus. These forearms contain electrolytes, organs which build up an electrical charge. When disturbed by prey, it discharges, causing paralysis or death. It's unclear if the prey are directly eaten or they decompose in a garden around the mimic pylon. Organisms which feed on external decay are known as saprotrophs. The pylon's cryptic, aggressive mimicry of leafy kelp implies that kelp must exist on this world. Most species in Earth's ocean eat to survive, with primary production, the conversion of sunlight into biomass, carried out by plankton and algae. Leafy kelp were a late evolutionary development. Cave mouth strategy. Mimic pylons tend to cluster around sea cave entrances, perhaps to feed on organisms entering or leaving the caves. Alternatively and speculatively, they may have been planted there by another species to control access. Void contact to prevent entry may mark cave mouth. So we can use those to find caves. So they can be useful. Alright. So, goal right now is we need to get our hands on good shit. AKA diamond. That is the goal right now. If I can get my hands on diamond, we will be set. So I'm gonna search this cave for diamond. Come on, give me oxygen. Come on. I know. Thank you. I don't see any. If I'm going off like the logic of like previous games where usually like diamond and stuff like that was like in caves. So I'm trying to apply the same logic. I think also sometimes cutting coral would give you diamond, but I don't know if that's in here. Hey, how's Subnautica 2? It's, the intro absolutely terrified me, but outside of that, I'm having a great time. What are you? Oh, you're... Oh, fuck, you are bigger than I thought you were. Oh, I feel like that's gonna hurt. It's fun so far. I'm currently looking for...
Medic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I'm currently looking for goodies. By goodies, I mean diamond. I need to find diamond. Oh, you found another colonist.
Another black box. Chap Savan, head of computational dynamics. His job is to make sure I'm doing my job. I'm what he would call weakly supervisable. It means I respond well to human guidance. I can take partial instructions and generate a coherent concept of operations. Chap gave you his PDA passkey so you could play games on his account. I let it slide. His action was against the rules, but in support of the concept. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Alright, we got another man to find. Before we do that, I'm gonna drop off all my goodies. Because I don't want to lose any of this. It's all important to me. I have a lot of coral shavings. I don't really know. I could probably cook these into more nutritious food. I'm also gonna pull out some of this, so I can make some of that, other stuff. And I'm gonna pull out some water, because I'm gonna need water. Okay, so we're gonna make fibrous pulp. Apparently, I can... Or we're gonna make a salad. That's what we're making. We're making salad. I'm gonna eat some salad. And I'm gonna drink some water. Then we're gonna put the rest of my stuff up in here. So we have enough aluminum and rubber. Now I just need to get my hands on silver, not diamond. We need to find silver. We need to figure out where I can get silver. It is somewhere, and I know it's somewhere, but where is it is the question. So, we're gonna go looking for it. You are not silver, you are quartz. It has to be around here somewhere. Like, that's... My logic is it has to be in an area that makes sense. I hate that. We're not going down there. I hope it's not down there. I will cry. Or titanium, you're not what I'm looking for. This Subnautica does not make sense. Well, it seems like we showed up after... Brother, I will fight you. Don't start to shit with me. Miss me, dumb bitch. Lamau. It feels like we've shown up after a bunch of shit has happened, and we're trying to piece together what exactly has happened. Not going down there yet. You're right. Not yet. And then when we go down there, I'm probably gonna fucking not have a good time, TM. Looks like a deeper cave. Maybe we can find the minerals we need in here. Or this is the exact same cave I went into earlier. I'm starting to think it's the exact same cave. It kind of looks like the exact same one. Those like two creatures working as one? Yep. They're also gay. Fun fact. I just went into the same area. Damn. Fuck. My dumbass shocked myself. Where I'm gonna find the shit that I need, I swear to God. I will find the silver. It is somewhere around here. I know it's somewhere around here. It's gotta be somewhere around. It's gotta be, like, somewhere hidden. Pretty sure somebody just tried to charge me, but I wasn't even paying attention to it. I'm, like, locked in on finding this fucking silver. Right now. So a potential inverse on the anglerfish, where the males read the big scary ones, the females are the tiny ones. Well, no, these are like the same. They're the same size. Both the genders seem to be the exact same size. It's just that they have like a unique system in place. They can. Oh, what are you? You're. I don't think. No, you're not what I wanted. Fuck. I gotta think. I'm gonna check this cave. I'm gonna check this cave. Yeah, those big fish over there, they will charge you, by the way. They're mean. See what I mean? So there's gonna be a different biome? Oh, fuck. I'm gonna scan you. No, don't even think about it, buddy. I just want to scan you. Come back. Let me scan you! Thank you. Brother, leave me alone. Brother, leave me alone. Brother, leave me alone. I heard you getting... Hey, what the fuck is that? Are you mean? Why are you stuck there? I'm gonna scan you. Hope you don't mind. Thank you. I also need to scan that. I gotta be really careful about getting close to it.
This life form is a biological antenna. It archives useful genetic material in its core as it matures, making it a perfect gene donor.
And habitat builder. Hell yeah. Anything else over here I can scan? Those two almost crashed into each other, little guys. Oh wait, did they crack something open? What did you crack open over here? Oh no! Oh, they're just fighting each other. They're just straight up sparring, Chad. Chad, I don't. Oh fuck, Chad, I don't think they like each other. I don't think they like anyone. To BH. I really like speculating on how alien life works. Wayne Barlow would be proud of me, I'm sure. And if I know right, it's an entirely different planet from the first game Below Zero. Yes. From what I understand, this is an entirely different area we are in. Do not attempt to tunnel the habitat without a guide. I'm tired of hearing people stagger out about by complaining that the tunnel was longer than they realized. There's a tunnel.
Or attached to a hardpoint. Avoid workplace friction. Inform your co-workers before moving their stash.
Apparently, there is a... Nope! I almost died. It's okay. I survived. So apparently, it seems that they probably have the place buried somewhere.
Under, not wander. 2 spare tanks. My reprint site is habitat. I'm exhausted today. What if you just reprinted yourself when you were tired? Maybe you'd never have to sleep. Miss Nahima, I'm checking out the big coral tower. There's a mass trapped inside. The scanner's not sure if it's coral polyp or crab tissue. The optogenetics are so weird. We know the Protea virus infects everything on this planet. And we know the coral crabs wear these domes as hats. Is it possible the virus swapped their genes around? So part of this coral just decided it was a crab? Like if you live next to something on Proteus, you become related to it.
There's coral crabs? I wonder if that's what's around us in this area. I'm gonna take this over here because I think this is neat and I want it. Free extra inventory? Don't mind if I do. Okay. So I got a good few things. But my storage, or see, this is why I grabbed that, because my storage over here is getting full. So, I'm gonna drop off that. I'm gonna drop off the quartz. Use fabricator. Personal. Not a proteovirus. Next iteration of coronavirus, I think. I'm not sure. The proteovirus sounds a little bit different from the coronavirus. While the coronavirus infected everything like a normal infection, it seems that the proteovirus creates some sort of... I can't tell if it's giving me like hive mind hints, and I can't tell if that's the virus or if that's us because we're constantly fucking rebuilding ourselves. You know what I mean? Like, I'm hoping that makes sense. There. Especially with that giant tree, I'm wondering if that tree has something to do with it. Okay. So we need to get our hands on silver. I'm trying to figure out... Because clearly, like, we don't have a lot of oxygen, and so trying to go deep is, like, really hard because we don't have a lot of oxygen. But we need silver. So then where the fuck do I get silver? That's the issue I'm running into right now. Silver has to be somewhere I can grab it with my current loadout. It has to be. Where the fucking... Is it in my resources? No, it's not. We also need to make my fabric carrier fully functional, and I'm not sure how to do that. I'm sure we'll figure it out. Okay. So what I'm thinking is I'm gonna head over to... What was that fucking place I saw earlier? Go horizontally. We've only really been in the shadows so far. I feel nervous traveling at night, but I'll just stay near like the sand. Like, not sand, the ground. I don't think we've gone in this area yet. Maybe the broken ships have silver in them? Maybe? Oh, this is new colors. Oh no, that was already here. Is this near the tree? I'm gonna go past this because, like, there was some stuff there, and I want to see if I can find more things to scan. I know, oxygen. I'm getting oxygen. It is super pretty at night. Like, I'm scared to travel at night because it's fucking night, but it's super pretty at night. Genuinely.
Seawater sampling detects a source of genetic adaptations in this region, tracking a bloom of viral activity at the same source. Investigate with caution.
That's new. Oh, there's those fucking things. Were they trying to jump me? I think those are like... Yeah, those are stalkers. Those are fucking stalkers. That's a huge piece of fucking titanium. Brother, leave me the fuck alone. Brother, fuck off. Trying to fucking vibe, and you're bothering me. What's that? Ooh, Wakemaker fragment? Is that gonna help me swim faster? Oh, fuck my oxygen. There is bigger deposits over here, because that one for titanium was pretty big. So I'm wondering if this is where we need to go. I'm starting to think y'all were right. To travel out more. Oh my god, if that dumbass fish bites me again, I will punch him. God, I'm gonna punch a fish. Hey, wait, what the fuck is that? Hello? Oh, is that just a current? Is there anything in here? There's food. And that's about it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna get some more air, and I'm gonna grab my mining material and see if I can mine anything that's, like, useful. It is a little tricky because of this. Is that copper, or is that something else? Quartz requires unknown tool. Wait, what the hell are you? Oh, you're bright as fuck. Come here. You look cool. I want that. I need these fish to leave me alone. So I guess I'm gonna kill for some like the one. So you think, maybe?
Limestone is formed by the death of coral.
Yes? What is that?
In this region once housed tens of billions of living things.
Brother, leave me alone. I will jump you. It will be on site. Do not test me. Do not... I have a fucking knife. I will beat your ass. I'm not afraid to beat people's asses if needed. Remember that. Yeah, bitch! What did I say? What did I say? What did I tell you I was gonna do? That I was gonna stab you. And then you decided to test me. And guess what happened? Like, I'm over here just trying to scan shit. I will throw hands. I have a knife. You missed, you dumb motherfucker. Oh, there are so many of these guys. They're like a fucking pack. Genuinely. Jokes on them, I will jump them on sight. You heard me tell them. I told them I was gonna jump on one. Brother. Fuck y'all, I'm going... Ooh. Wait, hold on. This might beat the strat. Maybe I go down.
Abandoned colony structure partially disassembled.
I have this current, so if they try to get me, it might just knock them away. I might be on a strat. Titanium, that's not what I'm looking for. Ooh. Oh, hey, air pocket. Hell yeah. Cabbage shoot root? Underwater cabbage. Yeah, we just got underwater cabbage. Obviously, we're just gonna scan this. Might as well. Scan the copper. Wait, silver!
Silver is a mainstay for electronics.
Yeah, we discovered silver. I repeat, we discovered silver. What do you do? I want to scan you. Seem kind of cool. Okay. We've discovered a silver, chat. I repeat, we've discovered a silver. Now let's get the fuck back home. If I remember how to get out of this cave, Lamau. Let me go back up here to get oxygen so I can think. Okay, so I think I came in that way. Right? Yeah. So I think I came in this way. Like, go. Ooh, oh, I don't like you. You're not what I was looking for to get out of here. How did I get in here? How did I get in here? Wait, no, it's that way. It's where the sunlight is. I saw a big old crab. And I feel like it's gonna jump me on sight. It's not gonna know who the fuck I am. And it's just gonna start throwing hands. And honestly, I can't even blame it. Because imagine you're just chilling in your house. And then some random motherfucker just rolls up. And you've never met this man. He's just in your house. By what? By what? By what? These stupid motherfuckers? Oh my fucking god. Get away. I'm going near the tree, so you fuck off. Oh, you're not those fuckers. What are you? I don't like you. Oh, I don't like you. Chat, we're fucking moving away from that. You are not those fuckers I was throwing hands with. You are something entirely different. Are you still hunting me? That was not the things I was fighting. That was something else entirely. I don't know what that was chasing me, but I did not like it. Anyway, we're gonna make my standard air tank. We now have an air tank. I have more oxygen. I definitely need more water. Thankfully, there's a lot of water slugs around here. Full street fruit resembles a edible with some spitting. Okay, I can live with that. Drink this water. Eat my salad. Okay, so we need to get more water. But also, what the fuck was that was following me? Because, bro, that was not those things. That was something else entirely. And I did not like it. Simply put. Okay, I know there's water slugs in here. Hi, little guy. Come here. I'll take you. And I'm gonna take you. And now we're gonna go check out the Welcome Center, because I do have more oxygen now. So I feel like that's a good next step. And I really need to start scanning shit so I can start making more stuff.
Building a processor and a power supply will unlock new fabricator recipes. But the added mass would sink your life pod. A standalone habitat is the next step on your mission.
Oh, there we go. Now I can get oxygen here. This place is buried in coral, yeah. It's also making me, like, slightly... It's sending me off a little bit, but it's, like, also open up enough that it's not.
Survival multi-tool. Sabotage is a serious crime. Samantha Ayu's bombing of Altera Labs delayed critical Quran research by decades. Seconds.
Thank you, game. I wonder if I could... Come on. Oh, I need to scan you anyway. Might as well. Thank you. Oh, programmable detonator is a little terrifying. Might as well get more of that. Oh, I thought that was gonna explode. Oh, I could have gone... Can't get air up here. Damn. I didn't have to, like, go for all this effort to get the fucking oxygen tank, I've learned. Okay. No power. Open battery power outlet. We need to put a battery in this. And if we do, we can probably use this area. So I'm gonna go make a battery. Gotcha. Good morning, Gage. Oh, Gage, if you want to join me in the call, you can. Okay, so I can convert this into raw materials. I'm gonna put this in here. We can make more water. We can also make a habitat builder. I'm not gonna make that yet because I want to make a battery because I want to get that thing powered. I'm gonna cook that half moon. Might as well make some food. And some water. Because we especially need water. I think there's a few things we can make, but I can't make it with my current setup. So what do I need to make? Acidic rayon pouch. Okay, I gotta get another one of those stupid pouches. It's a half moon. That's what it's called. In fact, yeah. I'm also making a lot of progress, so I'm gonna save. So I can make sure I save my spot. Okay, so we need to go one of those fucking acidic motherfuckers that's gonna make me want to crash out. But first I'm gonna scan it.
This colony of worms in a shared membrane has no earthly analog. You have discovered a new clade. Naming rights may be auctioned off or reserved as a gift for that special someone in your future.
Thank you. Or reserve as a gift for a special someone. Like, babe, you wanna... Look, I saved you this. You can name something, whatever you want. I don't know what Feather Kelp does. But I like the name of it. I'm gonna cut some so we can use some of it. I want to see what it can be made into. Fuck that plant. This game at some point needs multiplayer. Hi, Gage. I have money. I don't know how long it will take you to download. Okay, so we can make a battery now. Battery made. Name can be auctioned off or gifted to someone. This is disgustingly corporate. Oh, I mean, did you not see the agreement they had this fill out? Oh, that's how I could get more pulp is from those feathered ones. Okay, so I'm guessing I'm gonna need this from... I'm gonna need one for my scanner. Can I make another one? Do I have enough to make another one? I have to go get another pouch. No, I wasn't here for that. Oh, I was reading a part that was interesting. But yeah, Gage, you want to hang out and call? You can. Perhaps my little fingers together. Let's go put a battery in here, because I want to see what is in there. I am very curious what's in here. Let's put a battery in you.
All systems online. Power connected.
Welcome back, Pioneer. I'm Sophie Boucher, Kurultai surgeon. By now you know we're not on the Zora. We call this planet Proteus. We don't know when rescue will find us. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Naima?
Hey, fellow dead slave. I'm Naima Nakota, ecologist. Take a sip of seawater. Notice that sweet blood taste under the salt? That's a toxic dose of heavy metals. Nobody survived past 3 months. It's a beautiful place to die over and over again.
But don't let that beauty seduce you, Pioneer. Exposure to Proteus causes a delusion we call Maysfield syndrome. The call of the sea. People may tell you it's a gift. Ignore them. You remember what Kara did to our homes. You know we can't trust alien biology. We've set up a lab here with a few basic biomods. They're safe. But if you start to hear voices, or if you get the urge to swim to the tree, don't go. Habitat is due north. We'll come pick you up. See you soon, Pioneer.
Okay, Gage. Also, thank you for the sub. Evernote. Hold on, read this. Holy moly, don't stop. It's been a year? How does it feel to be stuck here for a year? Hello, Carrie. Hello. How are you?
I'm in. Having a look around. This structure was connected to Street Bay 3 until the bay suddenly moved. Picked up and hurled a full fathom into the deep, with you and I aboard. 20,000 hours earlier, a hard line leading to a habitat complex in the north was deliberately cut. Why? And if I am not mistaken, and I never am, this node was killed by an explosion below the structure. More mysteries for the qualified investigator. I've retrieved 2 messages. I think you should review them. I remember Sophie very fondly.
Something to the tree says to the angel comes dangerous, huh? I think it means the bigger tree in the background. It has been a while, Curry. What have you been up to? I've been in worse places. You know what? Fair. Also, ads are about to start, so I'm gonna let ads play. Because right now we have oxygen in game, so I'm actually gonna hit this. So I'll be right back. I'm going to go fill up on some Mountain Dew. Maybe get a snack. I'm thinking about it. So take care of yourselves. I'm gonna run ads. I'm gonna let the ads run, and I'll be back. What is happening? Bro, you missed, bitch. Missed me.
Pasta bolognese, you dumb bitch. Stop resisting arrest.
Oh my god.
I'm getting sued for 20 grand by Progressive Auto Insurance.
Why did I run away? Instead of fighting me. Ah! Oh god, his friends! His friends are coming to fight me! Holy shit!
Oh.
This is even more terrifying!
You've reenacted the war. You've triggered the war! This is what happens when you fuck around.
So, I think I just come to a realization, Egg.
Egg? Did Egg pass out?
I think Egg might have actually fallen asleep. We were joking about it, but I feel like Egg actually did fall asleep.
Egg.
Unless Egg walked away. Hang on, I got this. I'm getting open the soundboard. Egg, 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 egg.
It's not like it's the first time. Yeah.
I don't want to let it go. I don't want to let it go. Oh god, I can feel it going down the side of my head.
Alright, now lean your head over the garbage can and just kind of let it drip off for a minute to where it doesn't.
Someone asked if LW is still active. I don't. Ah, fuck!
Is attacking us. Sabotage flashlight.
Wait, what?
What? Welcome to Destiny, everyone.
Please,
The
someone
names of these
fucking...
people.
Someone in my chat, please.
We'll just call them Splimples.
It's still intriguable, and I like that idea. So let's go.
When I was younger, I used to hate it whenever I told people I was pansexual, and they were like, "Oh, so you like pans?" Now I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna riz all your kitchen utensils," and they're gonna go.
So, any last words?
You're good at math?
Thank you.
Grenade launcher.
Hey, thank you for sharing. It's a nade launcher. I came in through here, right? So the way I... Just give me a chance. Well, if you even wanted to get out of here, you're blocked in from the cave-in that happened a few days ago. How can I take it down? Don't quit, do you? Well, if you wanted to break for that rebel, the only thing capable to break it here is our mining laser. Oh. Hello? Damn. They wanted bugs, right? I changed my mind. Validation. Put it in the bag. Save! Point at. You're a friend that you're one of the friends I cherish so much. It feels like I've known you for years. You are a great person through and through. No matter what life throws your way, I believe in you and I believe in everything that you.
In face.
Why is your face? Your face looks. The faces look very realistic. I'm sorry. The way you slow turn fucking sent me. And drop stuff off for friends. Oh. Look, it's Umber, why do you have tits? Wait, where did he go? He just showed up. He had boobs and he just left. Where the fuck?
Get
Where did
dunked on.
He just showed.
Get dunked on, nerd.
Where did he go?
Goes
Oh, no. My name's Egg. I am a chaotic beastkeeper who likes to play horror and indie video games. Fuck me in the ass.
Yeah.
Here you go, Novax. Here's your.
Cool.
I'm so mad at the timing of that. You motherfucker. I'm deafening this time. Fuck you. And you wanna know what just happened? A fucking ad played immediately afterwards. Look what you did. Look what you did.
Bro, free pussy for chat?
Yeah,
Without me?
That's why I did it. Because
That was so perfectly timed. I love you, hon.
Let me give chat something.
What's...
Can you clip it with the ad? I want to see this.
I don't know if I can clip it with the ad. The moment you get no ad, you use your Twitch Prime sub.
Oh.
That is fair. What about you, Luvic?
I don't even have any.
Hello, I'm back. Gage is here. My emotional support himbo's here, chat. Okay, let's keep going for this. Personal messages.
Welcome back, Pioneer. I'm Sophie Boucher, Kurultai surgeon. By now you know we're not on the Zora. We call this planet Proteus. We don't know when rescue will find us. For the sake of all our sleeping friends, we have to learn how to survive. Naima?
Hey, fellow dead slave. I'm Naima Nakota, ecologist. Take a sip of seawater. Notice that sweet blood taste under the salt? That's a toxic dose of heavy metals. Nobody survived past
We
3.
were listening to that earlier.
Visit the biolab near the entrance and install a passive and active biomod. While less permanent than adaptations, I've been told they're more fun. Sophie would have cleared anything in there.
French lady, yes. Your internet's chugging today? Ooh. My forward command. It is exclamation point shop. It's hold on. Let me pull up the thing, I can tell you what it is. I'm pretty sure it is exclamation point shop wheel. That should be it. Don't tell me it broke again. Here, I'm gonna give you back your stuff, because for some reason it did not run it. Don't tell me this shit broke when I literally just fixed it! Give me a second. Let me check something. I literally fixed this last stream. It's showing that it's being redeemed. Or that's happening. Edit products. Let me look at it. There's the wheel. Save product. It's there. Do I need to save the command again? Are you winning, babe? I'm terrified, babe. The beginning of this fucking game was Submechanophobia. Was me trying to fucking pull myself out of goddamn wreckage. I hated it. Sorry, I'm trying to fix the wheel because it decided to break when I just fixed it last stream. I don't know why it's breaking. I got this shit to work last stream. Perfectly fine. If the wheel hated you, it would be working when I'm doing it. Let me try again. Let me see if I fixed it. I may have fixed the issue. We're gonna test it. Because the wheel is there. It should be activated. And it's not activated. So I'm gonna go look at the edit real quick. Is the co-op working yet? The co-op does work. Like, it's day 1 co-op. Overlay widgets. Let me check this. I'm fine with taking a minute to work on this because I'm going to be streaming for a hot minute. Okay, save. Now let me check. Brother. I know you can work. I've set you to work. If I hit play, you should pop up. Why are you not popping up? What is wrong that you don't want to... What if I hit this one? I've seen if ever... Vec, have you been lost to VR chat? We were joking about that the other day. I was like, I think Vec's just like buried in VR chat at this point. If I turn it off and then back on, will that make it work? If that fixes it, I'm gonna crash out. That did not fix it. There's gotta be a way to fix this. Also, I've just been dead. That's fair. So let me try something. It is connected. Do I need to update it? Is that why? It was just working fine the other day. That's the only thing I could think of, is that it needs an update. I'm gonna close Mix It Up. I'm gonna reopen it. As long as you've been taking care of yourself, Beck, that's what matters to us. Because you are our homie. Let me turn this back on. Let me see if I can get this to work. Yeah, Subnautica 2 co-op is there already. You can play with up to 4 people. It might be because it needs an update. I'm gonna let this update. No one do any of the tab redeems because it's not gonna go through. You'll just be losing points, and I won't. It's gonna be really complicated for me to try to give you your tabs, so I prefer you guys just don't. Like, try it until I fix that properly. So while Mix-Up does its thing, if you can dig yourself out from spooning or formidable being, this is true.
What if you're the last human being in the whole universe? Wouldn't that set you free? This world is yours to explore, but it is not for man. You'll join us soon enough.
Hello, I am Zigimantus Starvilus, formerly EVA engineer on Mongolian steppes. Now lead diver of this mess. Here is my formula for a quick base. Fill up on titanium, quartz, and copper. Get your builder tool. Wave it around a bit, check the battery, get comfortable. Build a corridor. Put a solar panel on top. You must have power to make air. Put a hatch on the end. Go inside. Build lockers. At Fabricator, it will draw from your lockers automatically. Nice, huh? Now you have made a perfect work camp. Later, you can add a room for biobed, processor, scanner station, a real bed, maybe grow some plants. The rest will follow.
Okay, yeah, I don't know why it's not working right now. I'm a little frustrated because I got it to work last stream. I managed to fix it last stream. That's so dumb. Well, hello Enraged Gay Gremlin, hello Zenbun. My sleep has been all sorts of mess. I've been going to bed like 7 a.m. waking up at 2:30 p.m. So yay. So you swapped to my sleep. you evolved my sleep schedule. You're sitting in the corner with a blank expression, the intro of the DuckTales song repeating in your head. Is that you right now, Gage? I'm starting to think one of the voices, the one who's like talking about like, oh, it's a beautiful place to die and stuff. I'm starting to think that's just full on a hallucination. Because why is she telling me shit like, oh, you'll join us soon enough, I've made sure of it. Like, you've clearly gone a little crazy, ma'am. I don't know if I trust you. I'm gonna be entirely real with you right now. Then I could put I can do stuff over here, right? Active and passive. Swim faster, yes. And that one too. I got biomods where now I can fucking swim faster. And I can get a dash to get the fuck away from predators, which is probably something I'm gonna need, considering some motherfucker was hunting me. And Americans broke my sleep. What do you mean? That is night. That's like night shift schedule sleep for me. So I'm just saying you got my night shift schedule sleep. It's been me for most of this year. My poor Gage. Okay. So now we're back up here, so we need to build a base. That is very important. We need to build a base. Our fucking fabricator is jailbroken. I just realized that's really funny. That makes so much salad. Yeah. What if Subnautica 2 also has a dark zone? I wouldn't be surprised. I'm still, like, in the safe basically the safe shallows. I'm kind of a pussy. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. Now we can build a base is the plan. Make titanium. Yeah. So I need to make that off. I need a titanium. I need to make a habitat builder. So I need copper wire and glass. I need to go get more copper. I can grab glass right here. Easy. Store some of my stuff over here. My goodies. I remember way back when you first tried the first game of Magnus Coax and you're going to Dark Zone so you get better resources. You also forget Perry also convincing me to go. And me being gay and wanting to make my partner happy. Being like, you know, fuck it. I'll do it for my beloved. And where did it get me?
The Noetic Advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
I know it's a dark zone, and that's whatever. I know it's a dork zone. That's wherever egg stands. What the fuck? I can't believe this shit. Oh, that's oh, I just immediately got hit with poison. Okay, I got copper. Here, why are y'all calling me dorks? We did be second half secrets when I drag you to play co-op later. Okay. Making me want to play. Is that my fault? Listen, at least I'm taking my time. Like, I'm not spoiling too much too fast. I'm reviving. But also congrats for being brave in underwater hell. I better get fucking smooches for this. I deserve kisses for this. This is scary.
Congratulations. You have taken a major step towards Zero Debt Day. As a platform for systems like the processor and scanner station, a habitat is a vital investment in your future. A habitat can also be an emotional anchor, proof that you've built something to last. Remember, it's easier to replace a body than a base.
Yeah, where am I gonna build my fucking base? Oh my god, a Reaper Leviathan statue! Somehow. There's no terminal. Solar panel. Habitat beacon. So we can make a corridor. I'm gonna find a good spot to build my house. I think we'll build it. I don't know. Where do y'all think is a good spot? Oh, even my head pads are not triggering. What the hell? Thank you for the head pats. I don't know why they're not triggering, but thank you. It looks kind of deep. But I don't think I want to build it near anything that's super deep. We need to find like a nice flat area that can work. Because it's true. Where's the evidence? I don't know what we're talking about. No mess simulator. However, what's part of me to make your redeemed work? I have it set to directly do it for VTube Studio. I don't like how deep that is. This looks neat. It's like a giant. Ooh, I like this. That's neat. Thatch, I cannot join her. Do you want to join? I can drag you up here. The third spot in your head that you've already unconsciously deemed slightly inconvenient. That's my vote. I haven't deemed any in my head yet. I'm just like trying to look. I'm just looking around at this point. I'm surveying my surroundings. These pieces of coral starting to look like shells. Like, this is kind of looking like when something molts. Do you see what I'm seeing, Chad? Do you see what I'm seeing? Yeah, if you get in chaos, Q gauge can pull you up. Because I don't have my glasses on. Why do you not have your glasses on?
Cause you, my precious little bitch boy, stop it, sir. Tripping balls.
Hello. Oh well. Subnautica scary. I don't want to check out this wreckage, but I just remembered that some motherfucker was hunting me near here, and I'm just like... And I also hate this fucking wreckage so much. God, I hate this. Why am I going in here? Whose idea was this? You're not
I just hate seeing the ocean.
That's crazy. I'm in the ocean.
Are simple.
I know.
Perimeter sensors on alarm. No matter how many false positives you get, and do not go out alone. They are hunting us.
Me, you having some form of fear of the
Someone made a
ocean.
mistake a long time ago, and we have to live with it. The damn thing is, maybe it was one of us. Maybe they see us and say, look, it's that soft criminal, back from the dead again. Let's get the freak. And we don't even remember what we did.
Brother, what do you mean something was hunting you? I mean, I just said that something was hunting him. I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, you could be playing Soma. You know what? That's fair.
I don't know what that is.
Worse than this.
Oh.
Oh, Harvest Moon. Wait, that's a pretty name. No, come back. Let me scan. Oh, fuck. Or I rescan this shit. Someone wants your yolk. I don't know if I want them to have my. I don't think this is the type of thing I would want to have my yolk.
You wants you.
That's crazy. The feeling is not mutual. Some more metal scrap. I'm just trying to find a good spot to build my fucking base. I don't know why are you named Egg? Checkmate breakfast food. Eggs can be ate for more than just breakfast, you know.
Me who had an eggs benedict panini as a late night snack.
See, exactly. Point proven. Oh, excuse me.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
Water. And a distraction flare. Okay, so if you can be eating 24/7, why are you upset?
I got you there with that one.
I didn't
Ain't
think that
gonna
far
lie.
ahead, to be real with you. You implied that I think things out. Okay, we got water. I'm gonna drink this water that I just collected, because free water! I dropped it.
Oh, dude, I can't wait to be able to, like, just freely cook whenever, please. I'm so excited.
No, I've been seeing, like, these videos of, like, these smokeless grills, and I'm like... Because I'm afraid of actual grills. I don't know why, they just scare me.
I just love cooking good food.
Nah, body sutter. Okay, so I need to build a base. I need to build a base. Where do we? You know what? There's a spot right here that has like a circle. That's where we're gonna start our base. Fuck it. I think that's a smart idea. I think I'm smart. But first I need to grab titanium. Yeah, George Foreman. No, okay, here's the thing. The reason grills scare me is because there's fire. And that is why it scares me. That's a bigger fire than what I'm used to. I'm used to open fire like ovens, but I'm not used to open fire grills. It's big, scary flame. I might be a little bit of a bitch. To be completely frank with you, chat.
like cooking food in a campfire. Oh, delicious. Or like a brazier fire. Yum.
You're scared of girls because there's fire. I'm scared of girls because they're... You're scared of grills because there's fire. I'm scared of girls because they are fire. We are not the same.
You had to reread that because you messed up.
Zen, I'm stealing this and I'm putting this on Twitter. Can I steal this and put this shit on? Wait, no. Nah, hold on. I need one of my mods to pin that message for the rest of the stream. And then just get a George Foreman. I don't understand the differences between grills.
Well, one gas, one coal.
Thanks, Vec. Very cool.
Chuckle.
I want you to know that these little guys are like my favorite. These little clown crabs. I love them. They're silly.
Crab legs.
You don't like fire looking DMs. Okay, I'll look in a second. I gotta build my house. We need to build. Jesse, we need to build. Corridor.
Man, thinking of crab legs just made me hungry again.
Construction is beginning. Yay. Okay, we need to make a hatch. With quartz. Where the fuck do I need to get quartz? I think I have some up here. Let me check. I probably do.
I also haven't had lobster. That's something I need to try.
I love
And
lobster.
smoked eel.
I love lobster. It's so
Said it.
good.
I'm sad I never got to the chance to have smoked eel while I was in New Zealand.
I have one singular quartz. That's fine. We can work with that. I also want to have a crab broil. I've never had a crab broil. Index, I don't need it anymore. Boop. There's my little base. There's the beginning of my base. See all the little crabs underneath it just chilling. That's specifically why I built it there, because I saw the cute crabs. Okay. There we go. Now we can enter our base. Which is great for me.
Welcome aboard.
Now, we need to make this create power. So we need more quartz for that. I will find more quartz. I know it's somewhere. I'm smart. You look kind of cool. What are you? Blue Moon. I don't think I've scanned you yet. Come here. Let me scan you. I'm gonna grab you. Come here. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Come here, you fucker. Gotcha. You're mine now.
30 seconds.
Who is sniffing me? Smell like a bitch. Dang kids and your seafood cravings. Back in my day, if you want seafood, you had to go take down a crack of only a stick. No, listen, let me tell you something I really want to do. You want to know something I really want to do, chat? I want to go noodling. Do you know what noodling is?
What the hell is that?
Noodling is where you go where catfish are. You go to where their home is, and then you get your fingers and you stick them into their habitat and wiggle them around to bait them into biting your hand, and then you grab those fuckers and yank them out of the water.
I literally just saw a video on that. Someone doing my For You page. What the fuck?
I want to feel the rush of wrestling a catfish out of the water.
Dude, the
I want
size of
to
that
feel-
catfish that man had pulled out was insane.
I want to feel alive. I swear, I kept seeing quartz everywhere. Now I can't find it. Wait, there's some right there. Okay, there is some. Let's see. I want to get more, because I want to build, like, more than one solar panel. That's titanium. That's not what I'm looking for.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience. 30 seconds.
His poke must have been immense. Out here risen catfish. I like how people deal with introverts. I disapprove. No, okay, here, okay, here's the thing, right? I genuinely feel like in a past life I must have been a fisherman because of how much I love fishing games. Alright, if a game has any sort of fishing mechanic in it, any sort of fishing game mechanic, I will ignore everything else for the fishing mechanic.
Yeesh.
And it's like a siren song to me. Come here, let me eat you. Got your ass. But because of that is why I firmly believe I must have been a fisherman in a past life. And because also on top of that, emotions to my like innate desire to wrestle with a fish. Why do I want to wrestle with a fish? Especially with a catfish. You see how big those things can get. And if it can eat my hand, what if I lose my hand? Like, there's so many things that would keep me from wanting to wrestle it. That should keep me from wanting to wrestle it. Right? Like, I don't, like, but, and yet I want to. And so I firmly believe that in a past life, I was a I fought catfish.
I was a catfish.
And because of that, that's why I want to wrestle catfish. I'm amazed we don't have a sound bit in the stream of SpongeBob chanting jellyfishing. It's because I like to use sound bits that aren't copyrighted. AKA, they're all mine. Cooking this blue moon so I can have food. Okay, are my alerts also broken? They shouldn't be. You know what? Hold on, give me a second. Gotcha. So I need to record myself doing it. Nah, no. Well, I want to get a recording. Have you ever heard that thing on fucking like TikTok and shit of someone going like, "Nah, I don't need to touch grass. I need to touch the sea. I need to go out there." That's me. Please tell me you know what I'm talking about.
I do, yeah.
That's just me. Okay, let me reconnect my Twitch account because apparently it disconnected in fucking BTS for some reason. I love that like I'm having technical difficulties. This is great.
And it's
Miles.
with everything I want to do.
I don't know. What did you do to my shit, Beck?
I existed, apparently. It's not letting me be a menace.
Crazy work.
It's denying me my fun, and it's honestly a hate crime.
I can't
hate crime to my gremlin activities.
I can't touch grass physically, so I'll just touch this nice bamboo cutting board. In your past life, you totally died trying to fuck a mermaid. Nah, I probably died, like, trying to fuck, like, some fucking, like... Nah, I'll tell you what happened. I had in the past life, I had a tragic relationship with an anglerfish, like, siren, mermaid, whatever the fuck, who, like, where we, like, were deeply in love, and we, like, spent a lot of time together, but, like, she couldn't fight her urges to eat. And thus, I was consumed. It do be like that on this bitch of an earth. It do be like that on this bitch of an earth. So love-e relationship. It was a very tragic relationship, I firmly believe. That's the only thing that makes sense. And then you named yourself Egg. Yep, that's yep. Hi, my name's Egg. Alright, I have it connected to Twitch now. So now, things like the head pass and the mask should theoretically work. If someone wants to test it, please do. There we go. I fixed it.
Yippee.
I fixed it. I'm smart. You're totally into it. Why do you think I called it a tragic love story?
Power connected. All systems online.
I need more quartz. I like how one of my first quests was it telling me to kill myself, and I have yet to do that.
I can't believe you had a love-hate relationship with a mermaid.
Get the fuck out of me.
What do you mean out of you? Hold on. What? Beck, what do you mean by that?
What? I said get the fuck... Hicks unmuted for a moment, spoke, and I didn't expect it, and I wasn't paying attention to Discord.
Oh,
so
I thought I heard you say get the fuck out of me, and I was like, huh?
Get the fuck out of me.
Yeah, it did not catch that first part.
Oh man.
That fucked me up. I was like, huh? What do you mean?
Get out of my head.
Get out of my head. Like that fucking Akira scene. Gage, why were you in Vec? Were you like hiding from me? Like, what was the plan here?
Sometimes my own microphone is my worst fucking enemy and decides to cut out at the worst goddamn times.
At least it made something funny.
Okay. Which one of you bitches with that deep ass fucking voice? Or what the fuck?
That was Gage. Who else would it be?
Gage. I thought it was Gage. Gage, it got deeper?
That's what happens when I'm in the morning.
That's his
Yeah.
morning voice.
It's
Man,
morning voice.
Yeah.
Man's is like slowly joining us in the land of the living.
Okay, yeah, alright, cool.
Yo.
I'm just sitting there just like, Jesus Christ, I forgot about that.
Why do you think it spooked me?
Oh, spooked? Yeah, spooked. Totally, yeah, yeah, totally.
Really?
It do be like that. What do you mean something large is moving nearby? What do you mean something large is moving nearby? I don't want to be near whatever the fuck is moving nearby that's large.
Give hug.
30 seconds.
I need to get more oxygen. It was anti-egg? How is Gage anti-me? You know the reason I'm this cursed is because of Gage, right? We like bounce off each other. You should see how Gage is when he's sleep deprived. It's just funny as hell. Went to a coughing fit after that wheeze. Lamau. Sounds like a skill issue. Fuck. Yeah, I need to drink. My character needs to drink water, or else they're gonna fucking die. Also, chat, that wonderful voice you heard is Perry, my other partner. They're really wonderful. I'm gay.
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
When you know that in-game notification, I get like that when I wake up.
What?
Zen is a giant thing that was moving nearby. I'm gay too. Exactly. We're gay together. Look at my little habitat I made.
Yes, drink the fish piss water.
I need to drink water. Just drink the sea! I'm not drinking the sea. I value my abilities to not drink salty water. All the blue. I'm gonna make my base a little bit bigger. There you go.
Tube base.
Tube. I'm gonna go die for more pounds. Okay. Gay! You can't see him, I'm pointing at the camera. Gay!
All I can think of is that like one sound from, I think it's called Happy Death Day.
Oh,
and the girl goes up to her ex being like, "You are gay."
I'm unsesbeing your Lex. How big is this fucking Reaper Leviathan statue? It's not that big. He's tiny. Look at him. Fun fact, chat. When I first played Subnautica, I was absolutely terrified of the Reaper Leviathan. And for some inane reason, my brain decided that the best way to combat this fear was to then make me insanely horny for the Reaper Leviathan.
I was gonna say, did you end up wanting to fuck the Reaper Leviathan?
To this day, I don't know why I want to.
I mean, I guess that's one way to overcome a fear.
I need help.
Why not? Why are we trying to make the Reaper Leviathan seem more fuckable? What the fuck, Gage?
Wait, what about the... Yeah. Yeah, I feel so says Vince. I feel the raid boss that I'm built different. Didn't you know that? Don't put my words is how I die. Frustration. Why did you willingly do this to yourself? Also, Gage, why are you trying to make the Reaper Leviathan? Watch, Gage is gonna find like a fucking stupid ass Reaper Leviathan like costume or some shit and just whip that shit out in the bedroom.
I didn't need that visual at all. What the fuck?
I know this motherfucker.
Welcome aboard.
If it growls, it is 80 times bigger than me. Well, next question.
I don't want to find a fuckables. Y'all need to chill.
What's wrong with wanting to fuck it? You truly call yourself a monster fucker? Brother.
I don't want to fuck a fish.
Vec desperately pleading to not make a fish fuckable. And meanwhile, Gage is like, okay, but hear me out though.
I don't want to fuck the fish.
This is the way you fucking said it.
The fucking pleading, the desperate pleading, that's what's fucking me up.
Fuck.
I don't wanna find the fish hot.
Welcome aboard.
I'm sorry, that shit's it's too fucking funny.
Well, I mean,
oh no, he's gonna start. He's chat.
Real quick, it might not be a fish. It could be like a whale. It could just be a mammal. I don't think that makes it any better.
I don't think I would want to fuck. Like
It lives under the sea.
Under the sea.
Under the sea.
Naming my house Egg Nest. Not Egg Net. I don't know what happened. Egg Nest. Prompt up. I'm scared. I'm sorry, Beck, but like something is big enough to turn me into a flashlight. Like, who am I to deny my purpose? Who am I to deny my purpose? Fucking.
Who am I to deny my God-given rights in this fucking economy?
I too would like to become a flashlight.
What the fuck is this conversation? Genuinely?
I don't know, man. I'm just here.
I feel like you're just having a crisis.
When am I not having a crisis? In today's economy, who isn't having a crisis?
Y'all can afford to have crises in today's economy? That's insane. Horny, this conversation is horny. I can make it worse. I can lock in for the bid.
There's a reason I never go really deep into these conversations. It could just get worse and more cursed and problematic.
Hey Gage, I have a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
If theoretically, you know, entirely theoretically, say one day I was like, hey, You should make a Sona who's like a male fucking mermaid siren motherfucker that's like loosely based off of Reaper Leviathan. Would you do it for like no, you know, just for research purposes? I'm asking this question.
Fun.
Yeah.
Is that
Silly
even a
little
question?
haha.
Is that even a question? You're telling me that I can make a giant Sona that is on the verge of being a monster, but also eldritch in nature? But just like a little bit. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll make it right now.
Oh no. Chad, I might be in danger.
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. I may have committed a bit too close to the sun. Okay, so it says something big is moving nearby. All I see is whatever the fuck that thing is in the corner.
Just parry, you'll be fine.
Oh, you're big. Oh, that's a big ass. Is that a crab? That's a crab, chat. I don't know how I feel about it. It's a very big crab.
Crab legs. Walking dinner.
Not the walking dinner. Oh. This is a nice little area. Bioreactor?
The Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your
Personalization or whatever. We found Chap. We found out where Chap went. And this tool, what is that? A repair tool? I want that. Anything else I can scan in here? Ooh, biobed. Okay, since ads are starting, I'm gonna swap again to that BRB screen, and I didn't grab food last time, so I'm gonna go scavenge for food. I'll be back.
Take some stuff back to the ship because my flashlight died.
Oh god! Oh fuck! What the fuck are you? 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 Get the fuck away! Get away! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Okay, can you explain to me what happened?
There was a creature, there was a lot of screaming, and I was out of there as soon as I heard that. And I think the fact that she's not out here yet already is the fact that they are.
You to vigorously make out with the legally fair use rodent.
So, any last words?
You're good at math?
Thank you.
Those are the key words. Hey, baby.
I'm gonna keep shaking you until you stop yelling at me!
It's still too suitable, and I like that idea. So let's go.
When I was younger, I used to hate it whenever whenever I told people I was pansexual, and they were like, "Oh, so you like pans?" Now I'm just like, "Yeah, I'm gonna riz all your kitchen utensils, and they're gonna go home with me. What about you?"
Wait, but I did sleep. I thought I could read that, so to not go after any pan.
I'm gonna find
No.
specifically your best. Pans to riz, and then they're gonna go home with me.
Take some stuff back to the ship because my flashlight died.
Oh god! Oh fuck! What the fuck? What the fuck are you? 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 Get the fuck away! Get away! Ah! Ah! Ah!
Okay, can you explain to me what happened?
There was a creature. There was a lot of screaming. And I was out of there as soon as I heard that. And I think the fact that she's not out here yet already is the fact that they are.
Baby! Hi! How are you?
Oh, you look so cute.
Face.
Why is your face looks the faces look very realistic. I'm sorry, the way you slow turn fucking into me. Master, do you have the rude blade?
Get it! I don't think I do, so. Grabbing you one.
Okay.
No.
Oh my god.
I'm getting sued for 20 grand by Progressive. Auto insurance.
Massive LW is still active. I don't. Ah, fuck.
Is attacking us.
Wait. What?
Being a bit funky after the shaders
Hello.
loaded. Hello.
I return. I had to go use the restroom. My tummy hurt.
Tummy hurty.
Oh, tummy
Yeah, I mean, the
ouch.
Clipper Scuff, it really does feel like Egg is still dreaming. I think it's the load of Subnautica, because if I leave the game, everything starts working fine.
Yeah.
So I think it's literally just a load of Subnautica, which is weird because I have it on low settings, but also it's early access, so I think that also comes down to it. I do have my
Mark.
my task manager up, and it's showing that my memory and CPU are only at 60%. But I think it's also because I use my GPU for my, like, when I'm streaming, I use it as my encoder. So I think it's like it's trying to encode a stream while also doing this. So I think that's why it's having a little bit of a fight. But it's okay. We can get it to work. And you'll say anything live, I get rage your fridge stealing milk. Joke's on you. I don't have milk. I can't have milk because it makes me hallucinate. I like big creatures. I wish more on land games had flying aquatic-based life forms, like flying whales or even sharks. I am terrified of the idea of flying sharks because I don't want to be just chilling in my room and then a fucking great white comes through my goddamn window, Sharknado style. Damn, when do I get a load big enough to make me lag? I mean, sometimes my partners give me loads that are big enough to make me lag.
Coolant Record day 585. Consultation with chaplain psychiatrist Lucretia Kapoor about the state
Yeah.
of Noah. Lucretia, say hello.
There's a reporting playing.
Would it be appropriate to include Raster and Chap?
Before I ask our computer people to fix Noah, I need to know. What's wrong with it?
With it? Or with you?
What?
Has the Noah failed to perform its tasks? Or do you feel that it's asking too much of us?
I can't afford to have feelings about anyone's behavior. I'm acting on reports that the Noah is erratic.
Because if you allowed yourself to have feelings, you might disagree with the machine?
This is not why I asked you.
Of course it is. You use the Noah as a source of certainty in the face of terror. If the Noah can become delusional and mistaken, so can you. And it can.
The Noah can become delusional?
It has no fixed model of reality. It can entertain any madness imaginable, and many more you cannot imagine, as long as those delusions help it complete the mission.
So the Noah is insane, but only when it's useful?
Are we any different? Anita has invented an entire belief system to justify the Angel Comb adaptations. Because they are useful.
She's insane too. She's a puppet for the Mazefield virus. I can't prove it, but I know it.
You see? You do have feelings.
What the actual fuck is going on here? Okay, time to go back outside. Into the ocean. And that's a huge piece of silver. Oh shit. My thing ran out of... Oh well.
What to do? What to do?
Oh, we found salt. What the fuck? Even the fish redeem isn't working. Insane. You know what? This is what I'm gonna do, chat. I'm gonna pause this real quick. Since I'm gonna go to the Twitch dashboard. I'm gonna turn off the fish redeem for now. Since clearly there is such a heavy load that's not even wanting to trigger the fish redeem. Turn this off for now. I'm gonna turn off that redeem at the very least. And then we'll bring it back later.
Okie dokie.
I promise.
It's okay.
Channel rewards and channel points. That's my channel points. Let me go and turn off the fish one briefly. Turn that one off. Okay. That way for now it doesn't like add to that load that's happening. That's copper. We might need more copper. I'm thinking about it. I might take some of the resources that are down here. That's what my dad said. Tweet didn't come back. That's insane. And don't worry, y'all are stuck with me. Remember when I said before I planned to stream forever? I wasn't joking. I plan to stream well into when I'm elderly, because I think it'd be funny. Because imagine me in a nursing home as a VTuber. You can't tell me that would not be funny.
Hey, chat. It's me, Edgy Gamma Cow.
I'm having fun with this game though, it's very fun. And it looks like that area has a lot of resources I can use. People say I have daddy
I'll be
issues,
right
which is
back.
weird because I have no problems calling people dad. You know, I don't know what I expected from you, Zen. Oh, that's a pretty fucking view. What the fuck?
Insert Markiplier Space is so cool music.
Space is so cool. Space is so cool. How do I make a biofuel block? I don't know how to make that.
Fish?
I'm gonna eat this stuff I got. Consume. Consume.
Gas station simulator.
And then put that in there. I have a lot of quartz. Quartz is useful because I need to make stuff with quartz. I also need to make stuff with copper. I need to make a battery so I can recharge my scanner, so I can scan more bullshit.
I have come back with the milk.
Is it almond milk?
Sure, it can be whatever you want it to be.
Is it safe milk if it could be whatever I want it to be? Because that sounds a little scary.
Safe milk? Yeah, I mean almond milk, oat milk, 2% low
like a
fat.
shapeshift. Is this shapeshifting milk?
Means I can just pick up multiple if that's what you want.
Can you give me like 25?
Sure, why not? For you, yeah.
I love how tired you sound.
Didn't go to sleep until 4 a.m. Woke up. I got about
Why were you up so
5 hours
late?
of sleep. Because my body decides, yeah, I'm tired at 2 a.m. And then when I lay down in bed, it's like, never mind, I don't want to sleep.
Insane.
And then on top of that, the house is so fucking hot. Specifically, my room. AC means nothing.
Let me think what else can I... Okay, make a flashlight now. I do need a flashlight. We're making a flashlight.
Alien organisms may have their own interpretation of your light. From threat display to attempted seduction.
Maximum intrigue factor. Ooh, you got the... Wait, is there a Twitch emote right now? For Subnautica too?
Yes. Yes.
Wait, is there drops right now for watching my stream?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah. Get your drops, Chad.
I'm still waiting for mine to come through because Twitch is being a bastard.
Just the way it was said, a bastard.
Bring up my own stream on my phone so I can also get it.
Damn witch.
Watch for 15 minutes to claim the reward. Hell yeah. Ooh, fish. There's just fucking fish in my goddamn chat. Post fish in chat. Alright. I'm gonna head back to that area that's like really big. That's got the giant crab, because it looks like that area has a lot of like mining resources, and that is what I want.
Noetic advisor has transmitted an alert. Return to the life pod at your convenience.
You know, chat, when I was playing this, or no, not when I was playing this, when I was at work, right, I was like just excited because I knew I was gonna come home and play this, right? That's all I fucking thought about. I was telling people at work, I was like, 6 more hours, 5 more hours, like I was counting down, right? Because I was excited. I was excited to play the game. And so the entire time that like I'm excited, I'm like trying to like, you know, hype myself up in my head for the game. And so I remember seeing, hold on, being energetic sucks. Why did I drink a Baja Blast? Why did you drink a Baja Blast?
Only 8?
Don't say that, Gage.
Do you remember back when I used to get like Mountain Dew and then I would turn on my camera and you would just see all the cans across my desk? And that was just in one given day.
Thursday, I'm trying to fucking scan you. Brother. Thank you.
Yeah. They taste good.
Because
Until they didn't.
it was a great idea at the time. Emphasis on at the time.
Yeah. My stomach was okay with it at the time. Not now.
Is that the giant crab? Can I scan it? Can I scan you, Mr. Crab? Will you let me? Can you chill? Oh, you're big. Let me scan you. Brother, chill. Brother, chill. I'm literally just trying to scan you. Chill the fuck out.
I find it funny that they get actively upset when you try to scan them.
I think he's just upset that someone's near him in general.
He's just being crappy.
That's so stupid. I hate that guy always ruining my life.
He's just trying to see where Plankton went with the special Krabby Patty formula. So much rubbish, god dang.
That thing is huge. Oh, why is one of the fish fighting it? Brother, you're not gonna win that fight.
Never back down, never what?
You're not gonna win that fight, my guy. Like, I admire the tenacity, you're not gonna win.
Could you imagine swimming up to a hardened crystalline surface and just smacking it with the butt of your gun and it just shattering into pieces?
Is that what you want to do to the crab?
30 seconds.
No. I just find it really funny.
Boop, boop. There you go. I'm really glad that they put like a base here so then I can like get oxygen. Unironically, I'm really glad.
Oxygen.
Oxygen.
Oxygen. Back in my day, we had all the oxygen we could ever need.
But like, oh, but what the fuck was I saying earlier? I'm trying to remember what I was saying.
depends on which part of what you were saying, because we had multiple conversations.
I'm trying to remember.
Mhm.
No, I remember what it was. Okay, so earlier when I was playing, no, when I was at work, I was getting excited to play the game, right? I was like, can I scan that? No, I can't. Fuck. I was like getting excited for the game, right? I'm getting excited to come home and play it and shit. And so, I'm now stuck in a perpetual state of energetic horniness because these bomb blasts, bruh. What was I saying? Oh, there's the crab. Oh, he sees me.
Excited that you were gonna go. You were excited that you were gonna come home and play Subnautica.
Hey, buddy. Leave me alone, leave me alone. I'm backing up, backing up. Hey, look, we're chill, we're chill, we're chill. We're chill. Ow, who the fuck hit me? We are not chill, crash fish. We are not chill.
Right. Crashing out.
No, that's not what I was. Oh wait, no, wait, no, hold on, fuck. I need to get air. Now, so as I was saying, I was excited when I was at work because I wanted to play the video game, right? Which, you know, who wouldn't get excited wanting to play Subnautica 2? And so, as I'm like hyping myself up at work, I was watching like, trying to like, there's gold right there, and I want to get the gold. He's like crashing the fuck out. I'm trying not to get crashed out on. Oh no, it's sulfur. Leave me alone, buddy. But anyway, fuck, what was I saying?
30 seconds.
I'm trying to remember. Okay, so I was at work and I was hyping myself up for the game, for the game. And so I was watching a few videos, on my break, and there was one that I remember watching a while back that popped up on my TikTok again. It was a little animatic that someone had made, and it used this like sea shanty that I've never heard before, that I thought was like a really cute sea shanty. And I'm trying to remember how it goes.
Seek fresh water intake.
Oh, can I not go near that water? It made like a weird pointy thing when I went near there. I don't know why.
It's radioactive.
Maybe. It's like, I can't remember how it starts, but it's like, way out in the darkness, way out in the void, way give me back to my true love, as quick as an old asteroid. But I don't remember the rest of it. Is that just, I can steal his shit! I'm stealing his shit. That's so funny.
You weren't joking. Like, I thought you like dropped like some minerals or something. You're actually.
I am picking up
literally
crab feces. It's mine now, and he can't stop me. But I don't know what the sea shanty was from, and I want to know because like, like, it was cute, and I liked it. It's like, hold on, I think, are you dead? No, you're not dead. He didn't kill you. You're safe. Will I trust my old engine to get back by
It's
more?
called. I found the name for you, by the way.
Out in what? Sorry, I started stimming again.
I found the name of what you're.
What is it?
looking for. Called Valentine Shanty, Wayo, by Tick Rags.
By Stick Rags?
I'll send you the spot.
The
Yay!
Transmitted an alert.
I don't know
Return to the
who was singing it originally. I did find the lyrics in here.
I just like it because it's neat and it fits, like, it fits Subnautica. Like, at least, like, when they were using it in the animatic. It was a very cute animatic. And then it became a stem of mine for the past 2 hours. So if I start singing it, chat, you know why. Like, it's because I hear it in my head. Sand spear. I don't like the name of that. That looks like a trap. Let me get some oxygen. No! I dropped my water! Rudder. Yeah, I'll just grab another slug. Where did the water go? I also hear things in my head. They promised me power. I don't know if you want to trust that power. Where's that beer thingy I saw? I want to scan it. There it is. I see him.
So that song is actually from another game.
I scanned your ass. What game is it from?
Starfield.
I haven't played Starfield. I wonder if I should play it.
Space games.
So it's like, is it like a space sea shanty?
Basically, I think what it is it's space, basically a space shanty.
In the darkness, way out in the void, way bring me back to my true love as quick as an old asteroid. Okay, so we got a lot of materials. I'm really happy with what we've collected. I'm gonna make more water. That's why I collect all the slugs. And I want to make some glass for the base that I'm building. And then I have some food I can eat, so I'm gonna grab that. There we go. Now, he's got a lot of stuff for me that I haven't gone through, so let's see Quaker.
Lucretia Kapoor, the mission's AI ethicist. You may find her final words troubling. I certainly do.
Noah, do not open the Seahawks. Noah? Acknowledge, please. Do not.
She often asked you to resume your stories when you were interrupted. She made eye contact when she spoke. A considerate woman, and not easily frightened. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
That's not terrifying at all.
This isn't Caesura.
Yeah, we already figured that part out. So, let's go for the logs we got so far. The data bank. Because we scan a lot of stuff. Egg, stop ignoring your AI's love letters. What do you mean my AI's love letters? Chap died in an explosion. Several other colonists were killed in the same blast. Chap died about 235,000 hours ago. Chap's black box had been marked "Do not print" shortly before his death. The status was applied by the Habitat Noe node. This fork of Chap's life ended. The Kurotai level access codes in this black box were corrupted by explosion and cannot be retrieved. So why would the Noe do that? Mission role, computational dynamicist, bioadministrator. Fast track from Altera Educational Cadre to work on breakthrough human fabrication technologies. Volunteered for Cicada mission to test biobed systems in harsh frontier environment. A low inconsistent performer since infancy, minimal risk of breakdown. Some professional attention of AI emphasis with Krisha Kapoor. Help competition reprint into a new body. Fast team Sophie believed reprinting slowly the toxicity. The colonists use special biobits to improve their dexterity and endurance. These biobits improve your tool bit and inventory maximum. But I just learned how to scan one, so I need to put one in my house. They just want to help you get lore, and you're out here gushing for the Reaper Leviathan. Well, see, I'm reading the lore! Fuck you. Okay, how does the angel comb work? This animal has no earthly analog and no clear ecological niche. Ancestral form may be a comb jelly. Of all animals on Earth, comb jellies are the least related to humans. The central bulb is similar to the enormous cell nucleus. It contains gene sequences from organisms in the surrounding environment. Combs release a large RNA virus into the seawater. This virus, proteovirus, infects all other organisms in the ecosystem. Infected organisms produce new copies of the virus, which returns to the angel comb, carrying stolen genes from infected hosts. The angel comb conducts genetic piracy on a massive scale. It draws food from the Titan rock board below. Angel combs may be obligate parasites of Titan rock boards. Touch central bulb for genetic adaptation. Further investigation urgently required. Users may be curious about the symbiosis between earthly parasitic wasp and poly-DNA viruses. The wasp's own genome contains the viral genome, allowing the wasp to create the virus for use in its reproductive cycle. Oh, so wait, why are we touching it? Brother. Why am I touching it? I read no reports. Oh, it was just reading.
Touch the bulb you know you want to.
Krisha Kapoor, and then this one was the welcome center recording, which was Sophie saying the warning people about stuff. And then do not go out alone. Programmer detonator. Nahima made this program, and Nahima used this. Nahima, if you ever get this far, I trust you've got a good reason for it. Isn't she the one who went crazy? Isn't she the one who outright said to me, like, I'll make sure of it? Egg, play Far Far West with me. I don't have it. Okay, this is them talking about the proteovirus. That could be fixed. Play it with me. I mean, I would be down for playing with it. for playing it if I had it. But right now I'm locked in on Subnautica 2. I need to learn the lore. Anita has an entire belief system. Isn't she the one who died? Yeah. And then I need to find the one. I swear there was one in here that was talking about, like, where she says, like, I'll make sure you join us. I'll make sure of it. I heard that earlier, but it's not in here. So either it is in here or like the game, or like I'm fucking losing it. I don't know which one it is. We'll find out eventually. Oh wait, no. There's a points of interest. It's probably in there. Or PDA history. It's somewhere. It is somewhere in all this shit. Well, I can at least stream won't stop stream playing with selfish. I'm locked in on Subnautica 2. I'm autistic. Hyperfixation. The Trans-System Federation is a chartered independent military of Transgov space, responsible for piracy suppression, phase gate regulation, and humanitarian intervention. Funded by 37 Transgovs, but empowered to set its own policy, operates the Frontiersmen, alien environment specialists equipped with nanotech and human fabrication. Honors Kara quarantine protocol supervising all interstellar travel. Admiral Rafine Studabert, the military commander, used the war against the alien Kara to secure true independence from Transgov sponsors like Altera. TSF frontiersmen battled the Kara's uniforms and enforced strict quarantine protocols at all phase gates. Analysis agreed that very astute Admiral Studabert would declare martial law in their populated Transgov colony, crossing the Rubicon from independent military to military government. That's not evil. That's not concerning at all. Okay, so we got periscopic clown crab, little guys. They're so cute. Social crab that shelters among singing anemones. The clown crab's single-segmented body is an illusion. The multiple segments of other protean arthropods are still present, nested inside. When a clown crab molts, it sheds its internal shells through its digestive tract. Enormous eye stalks mimic the surrounding anemones. If bitten off by a predator, each stalk is packed with unspecialized cells that quickly regenerate missing eyes. If the stalks grow too long, the clown crab will trim them to avoid drawing attention. Anemone tender. The clown crab provides a valuable service to sessile anemones by ranging out to forage, returning nutrients in its molt and waste. It also grooms the anemones to clean parasites and infections. The third stalk behind the eyes is a reproductive organ. The same unspecialized cells used to heal the eye stalk become eggs or sperm. Sperm is released into the seawater while eggs are deposited among anemones. So they're hermaphrodites? Kind of a healthy anemone field. I think the PDA's gone this things anatomy and reproduction completely wrong. I swear I've seen centipedes, a bunch of clown crabs linked up in a train. I think they grow as a single segmented organism and then each segment splits off into its own crab. Then maybe they hook up again later. It wouldn't be the weirdest thing we've seen. And the coral crab, which is that big one we saw. Big motherfucker. An enormous crab that has them on coral domes. Forelimbs rake and dig for food, which is collected by long, soft maxillipeds, food handling limbs around the mouth. The crab must molt to grow. A living coral dome cut from its holdfast and worn. It provides camouflage protection and perhaps a nursery for the crab's young. Are they married to a single dome, or are domes traded as they grow? Defenses and behavior imply the existence of a predator powerful and dexterous enough to shuck the crab from its dome and crack its heavy armor. The dome contains large repeated retroviral inserts, including nerve growth factors and shell pigments. Molecular clocks suggest they were recent introductions. Cells on the crab's back contain large segments of the coral dome polyp's genome. Huh. Interesting. The coral crab has no spinal nerve brain. A large brain above the eyes manages senses and behavior planning, while a secondary nerve cluster controls the legs and digestive system. Coral crabs drum on the seafloor to signal to each other. Claw clacking is likely a sign of intense excitement or agitation. Some earth crabs seek desirable partners to pair with prior to molting, a behavior known as hand-holding. They hold hands? Gage, if I was a crab, would you hold my hand?
You. Yes, I'd hold your hand.
Yeah. Chad, if I was a crab, would you hold my hand?
Let me hold your hand.
Would you hold my hand, Chad? No. Bruh. Insane. Finding a similar behavior on this road may be emotionally rewarding. Signs of ecological stress. Mineral deficiencies and fungal infections imply environmental stressors. Likely fears you more than you fear it. Be cautious and respectful, at least as intelligent as a gorilla. Possibly a useful source of seabed resources. Determine where the crab carries its dome to sunny or nutrient-rich areas for feeding. Okay. All those fish I caught. The fucking nibbler motherfuckers. There's a lot of things I've seen so far. You don't even have hands to hold. That's why you hold my claw.
Yeah, the pincer.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, so now that I'm in my base, I need to start building in here. I want windows. I want to see what's on the outside. Yay, now I can see the outside. I wonder if they're gonna add VR mode to this like they do to normal Subnautica. I've debated like making my base in Subnautica in like the scarier areas and then like going into VR just to see what it's like to look outside of the sea monsters, but I also feel like it will fuck me up if I do that.
I feel like if you wanted to do something of that caliber, you should just put it in an area where there's a lot of sea wreckage.
No, I will cry.
I mean, if you're gonna do something scary, sea monsters ain't gonna do it for you.
Well, if I want to be in an area with Reaper Leviathans so I can stare at them longingly and put my hand on the glass.
So that they can battering ram the glass windows.
Oh, they could battery ram me, alright.
Yeah, exactly. See? And I'm being questioned earlier. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When your partner has pinchers instead of hands to decide when the hand-holding session ends. Exactly!
It never ends if I vice grip.
Miles.
You're never leaving.
I need to drink. My character needs to drink water. How are you getting thirsty so fast? I say
something about
I say as you're
swimming in
actively
seawater.
yeah, I say as you're actively swimming around constantly. Yeah, I
just
wonder.
being covered in like salt water. That couldn't do it. My sodium intake is on the up and up.
I need to get more food to eat. Because I'm
Do you
running out
imagine
of...
being a plant and being
Fuck.
allergic to sunlight?
That sounds like it would suck.
Yeah. I must photosynthesize. No, I can't. I have to dilute it somehow. What do you mean? I have to wait for the moon to rise?
Would it still be photosynthesis then?
I mean, I feel like it would be because, like, the reason that the moon glows the way it does is because the sun is shining off the back of it, which makes it glow the way it does.
That is true.
It would just be, so maybe it would be like a diluted variant of like photosynthesis in that regard.
I see fish. I'm gonna catch the fish.
And if that's the case, if you know, do you think maybe werewolves are just partly plants? I think that's why they just become werewolves. They just get a massive sustenance of moonlight, photosynthesized, so they just become werewolves. Maybe they're just called wereplants instead.
I've acquired more food. I need to grab my titanium. I may not be able to watch for spoilers. You know, that's fair. I'm literally just building my little base. I'm having fun. I need 100 more points to give you a clown hat. Do you just... My beloved girlfriend, do you just want me to put on the clown hat? Where's my diamond? I think when you be... I think when I made you a mod, it took away your diamond. Are you... Let me check. I think I might have... Hold on. I'm smart. I remember I was like, oh fuck, and then I went to go fix it. And then I was like, wait, shit, I can only make you a VIP or a mod. Here, you have this, you have the diamond now. Anyway, do you just want me to put on the hat? I play by the rules, you know, fair. Okay, right now I'm literally just building my base. I know I could be advancing the story, but I'm having fun building my base.
Honestly, any game that has innate like base building is immediately what I go to first. Story can wait. I'm gonna build what I did for Dragon Ball. Went all out. By the time that you started playing with me, it's like it was already decked out.
Yeah, I was like, damn.
I like building things. As long as it has like some form of detail to it, it piques my interest. Before I ever played like Minecraft, I think my first building thing was Halo's Forge system. I was just like building my own maps.
I need to build a fabricator in here. I also need to build some, like, storage. I need titanium, copper wire, and glass. I also want to build a bio bed. So I need a lot. Okay, so I'm gonna go grab my titanium. And then I'm gonna make 2 things of glass. And then... What the fuck? Did one of those flying things end up in the water somehow? Brother, I don't think you're supposed to be in the water. God, you're huge. Can I scan you at least? Hi, CN. You're kind of chill. You're kind of chill. Mind you, Chad, these are usually like up in the sky. I don't know how the fuck this one got in the water.
30 seconds.
These are like usually like that. I don't know what this one's doing. I think he's stuck. I think his little tendrils got stuck. He's taking a bath? Okay, so I need to grab more titanium. Thankfully, I have a lot of it in here. And then I need to make copper wire, I think I said. Let me hold on, let me pull up my fabricator. My fabricator will tell me what I need to make. Okay, I have that. For me to make, I need copper wire and glass. I'm just gonna make a fabricator in there.
Welcome aboard.
And then that I've made that, I can open this, put a fabricator. There is upstairs, I can't. Put you there. I can use it to make stuff. Then I want to make a Noah turn. I wonder how easy it'd be to give your model a custom jester hat. Do you have Live 2D? Because what I could theoretically probably do. Oh, there's an ad break. Oh, since there's an ad break. I'm gonna take a break real quick. I'm gonna go stretch, get some water. I will return, chat. I'm asked if LW is still active. I don't. Ah, fuck.
Is attacking us.
Wait, what?
Yes. What? Welcome to Destiny, everyone.
Please.
Oh,
Someone
the names
fucking.
of these people.
Someone in my chat, please. What the fuck? Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm gonna keep shaking you until you stop yelling at me!
Any last words?
Nine.
You're bad at math.
Am I? Oh, yeah, I am. Those are some pretty good last words. I won't lie.
They weren't my last.
I'm me in the executioner's chair. You're bad at math. Is Egg muted because they're dead?
Maybe?
Hollis, do you have an
That's only-
Uwu voice?
Yes, I do.
Oh.
Egg like plants. The plants was so nice, but cannibal clapped her ass off, and it was glorious.
Well, that's where I'm ending the stream. Goodbye, everyone.
I'm. Wow. Wow. See, I wish I.
In face.
Why is your face? Hello, I'm back. You have a water slug? Wait, is that because you gifted someone a sub? Also, thank you for gifting my beloved partner a sub. You also added time to my timer. Sweats nervously. I want more windows. I want to see what the fuck's going on out there. Saying something about Live 2D. I was gonna say if I don't know if you have access to Live 2D, but what I could do is I could give you my file so you can make sure it lines up with my model. If that makes it easier. Or I just give you the PSD, like either one works. Or as I say the Live 2D is that way like you can line it up better, but I think either way would work really. PSD might work? Okay, bad. During the next break I'll send you it. Okay, I need to get more ports. Reasonable size project for injured hands. Naughty.
Warning. Power offline. Welcome aboard.
Damn, oxygen projection's offline. I'm going to put another panel. Pill things I made yesterday are helping. That makes sense. I have something similar. I have something that my wrist rests on. One for my mouse and one for my keyboard. To avoid, like, any wrist strain myself. And they're pillowy. They make me happy. One for mouse, but it was shit. Alas. I made one from a Blinky. Hey, if it works, it works. Sometimes you gotta innovate. Oh, this is... I'm going titanium. I really need quartz. Oh god, they're fighting again. Cats and girls are fighting again. Bitch, get away from me. I have... a fucking... Imagine having a bad wrist what's in wrist surgery scar. Please take care of your wrists, Chad. Please do stretches. Stretches are important. They protect you. Oh, you're big. I forgot how big you are. I was gonna get near you to say hi. Remember to stretch your streamer. Do you know how badly I want to be put in, like, you know those things that those, I don't know what they're called, but you can like wring clothes for them, the manual ones. I want someone to do that to me. What's this?
Heat level beyond tolerable
Oh.
threshold. Recommend adaptation.
Yeah, I can't go in that direction because it's too hot for me. Like when the cats let you hold them up on their arms and fold them in half like a lawnmower. Anyway, put on your clown hat. Baby day. You want me to put on the one I normally have, the jester one?
30 seconds.
I could do that. Okay. Let me get fucking oxygen so I don't die. Okay. You put on the hat. Chat, I have a funny jester hat that I wear. I'm looking for it real quick. Getting your 15 bucks worth. Where's my fucking hat? I know it's in here. There it is, found it. Select. Okay. Jester hat's on. Ta-da! Also, DM me the type of clown hat you want. Okay. Let me think about it. Lights are invisible to avoid spoilers. Understandable. I need more quartz. Garrett's seabed for quartz. Titanium. That's titanium. Drink my water. I'm head back down to grab that last quartz and then I'll leave. Alas, I can't grab all of it, but that's okay. Still got a good chunk of it.
30 seconds.
Just cashing out, stupid bot. Listen, I never said my bot was smart. That's why I am your bot now, because I'm better.
Power connected. All systems online.
Yay. My systems are online. Now, we make a lot of power during the day, but we don't make a lot of power during the night, and I'm not quite sure how to fix that. That might fix it. And then I wanted to make glass. You know, all those view seller bots that were trying to sell me the greatest viewer. I don't think they did a very good job of doing that. Okay, you get a free trial of my greatness. Wild. You are... That's how I know you're a dork. I could change the window variant. You either make these open, or I can make them like this. That kind of looks cool. And neat. Okay, so next, I want to make the biobed, which means I need to make more glass, but also copper wire. It's gonna be hard. Copper wire and glass. So I have a few things built. I'm doing pretty good on, like, resources. Because, like, now I have, like, places I can go to get a lot of resources. I'm probably gonna head back to that area to see if there's anything I can scan. kind of hungry, but I don't know what I want to eat. Oh, I think that thing finally got out of the water. He's back up in the sky! Yay! I'm not dark. I'm Banu. There's a difference. You could be both. I told you can't be both. Nope. I don't know. That sounds like denial to me. The new. See exactly what Gage said. Wait, chat. What should I eat today? What should I make to eat? What do you think? Or should I order food? What do you think? I keep watching this fish just start shit with the crab for like no reason. Like, brother, what are you? Stop it. Why are you being aggressive? I don't have any crab I could cook. Go get one. Where? I do not live somewhere where crab is easy to access. I can't just go out into... There's no ocean near me. I can't just go out into the ocean, grab a random ass crab and be like, oh boy, dinner. Now with that attitude, brother. Funny. What's this?
30 seconds.
I've unlocked a nook. That means I can make my base look even nicer. See if there's anything else down here I could scan. There is. A rebreather? Wait, what the fuck's a rebreather? What do you do? Any scan juice or anything else? Oh wait, there is right there. There's more. Any more metal scrap I could take?
30 seconds.
Hit air and then I'll keep searching it. See, this doesn't like set me off too terribly. I can live with this. If you don't have crab, go get one. Abraham Washington, the 1969 AC/DC. What about you, Gage and Beck? What do you think I should get for sustenance?
100 nuggets.
Back.
Being the sodium stone again.
Beck, we're trying to get my blood pressure down, not
Aw.
higher.
Look, I've been zoned out playing silly little gas station simulator game this whole time, I ain't gonna lie.
I feel like you need to get something that's not fast food related if you're wanting to get your sodium down.
Never mind, I like Vec's idea. Of course you like Vec's idea. Of course you like Vec's idea.
An
Gee.
hour of not talking, and the first thing I say is 100 chicken nuggets.
I wonder why you would like Vec's idea. I can't possibly imagine why you would why you're so drawn to Vec's idea. You shocked me.
The world works in mysterious
Get away,
ways.
Spiritually,
You
get the
would
fuck
know.
away from me, you actual dickhead. Can't really break though, as long as those are breakable. Vec is so wise, they don't even talk unless necessary. Of course, I'd like their idea. Vec, how do you feel about this description?
Being called wise? Insanely inaccurate. I just say stupid shit. And get out of the door! Please! Oh my god. Desk. I swear to god. Oh, why? You know, whatever, that can live there. I don't care.
They're not a bunny, they're thinking it's a cat.
A monster-addicted cat.
SMH.
Welcome aboard.
Get more fuel. Did I close up my warehouse? Yes. Yes, I did. Good. Oh, shit.
Oh, I'm getting eepy. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and empty my inventory up here, save, and then I'm gonna head to that other one we haven't checked out yet.
Give me a sec.
No, I want to keep that on me. There we go. Then I'm gonna drink this. And eat this. Alright.
Delivery products.
Save.
Yeah. What are these fuckers wanting? Oh, this.
Time to head to Camp 1. You're gonna go one of two ways. There is stuff over here I can scan, so I really want to check it out. Oh, dickhead nibbler? I have a knife. Do not start this with me. I have a knife, I'm not afraid to use it. We have found Camp 1. Let's see what's inside. Oh, you were the... Oh, you were... Oh, I don't like you! There, go for that, go for that, go for that. Yeah, get the fuck away from me, you fucker. God. Yeah. Genuinely, I did not like that. That thing's guarding that area, looks like. Fish want to ladies fear them, it's egg. Nah, fish fear me. Fish fear me, I fear women. That was supposed to be a scary dolphin. I knew those creatures couldn't be trusted. I don't know what the fuck was. All I know is I didn't like it. It looked at me. I looked at it and I was like, brother, I don't like the position I'm in right now. I'm gonna try to see if I can make more of those lures. And then bring a battery with me so I can get into that place fast. So here's my plan. I have these. I'm gonna light one and I'm gonna ignite it. Once I ignite it, I'm gonna try to book it into that place that that fucking thing is guarding as fast as I can while it is distracted. That is my goal right now. I think it can possibly work because it does seem to work on them and it does seem to get their attention, which is like the goal at the end of the day, is I want its attention drawn to something that is not me. And so thus, I should be able to do that using a flare that it should be drawn to instead. The other flare's still down there. So right now, I need to hover near this to see where I can get in. If I'm lucky, I might not even have to lure it. I might just be able to fucking run in there myself. Okay. Rudder. Oh, I hate that sound. That's a weird-ass painting on the wall. That thing is outside. I know it is. So, we're just gonna fucking book it. Okay, chat? Oh, it's on my ass. It's still on my ass, I think. Okay. It's leaving me, it's left me alone. Okay, so the plan kind of works. I'm gonna go make those things that give you more air so I can be in there for longer. So I'm trying to paste to still last more. Apparently these are posters. But what we know is the plan, the idea, it is possible. I might not even have to do that. I just need to make sure I have a consistent amount of air. As long as I have a consistent amount of air, we should be fine in there. So we are cooking. We are cooking. We are cooking. There is something I can form there. I need to get my hands on more rubber.
30 seconds.
Okay, we've created a device. I'm gonna need. I'm going to put these in there. We're gonna turn them into food, actually. Okay. Now I have this. It's the main thing I needed. I need to get, and I need to, wait, I have water. I will have to go get more, but it's fine. I can work with this. Okay, save. We're gonna have to go back in that area. The main thing that sucks about going in that area is that I know there's gotta be goodies in there because it's a huge camp. The question, but it's being guarded by this one motherfucker. But at least I recover my health and he doesn't seem to damage me too bad. I notice I can get scans of something called a wave rider. I need to get more scans because if I can get my hands on a wave rider, I'm betting you that is gonna help me out tremendously when I need to get through areas full of things that want to fight me and or kill me. Because I can move a lot faster with that than I can on foot. Yeah, the boost I get right now is very, very useful. And it is. Like, trust me, it is. Fuckers. Like your funny words, Chester, continue. It's a lot of words to say. Brother, I'm trying to figure out what the fuck I'm doing. The most remind you we can't. Your sacrifice is worth a world that will be our home. Selfie. Hey, Selfie, I don't know what you're talking about. All I know is it's a lot of concerning words. Look at him. That's the thing we want to avoid. Oh shit, I'm gonna run out of oxygen. No, don't run out of oxygen. Ignite, drop. There, go for that. Not me. If I did that right, he is distracted by the flare. Good. God, I do not have enough oxygen to really check out that area like I want to. I'll try to see if I can make my way over to Quaker's area. I don't know. Although I don't know how well that's gonna. We will have to see. Thankfully, I have more of these flares, so if I actually need to use them, cover my ass, I will have the opportunity to.
prey habitat detected. It is silent.
If one of my species finds this message, you may be the very last human being in the universe. You get to write the last chapter of our story. I ask you to do the most human thing you can. Forget your debt. Forget Noah, forget Altera, forget Zazora and the life you imagined. It's all gone now. You're going to die here, and that's all right. Pick the most interesting thing you can see and explore.
Hey, fuck.
Combustion byproducts detected. Fire is a critical risk in oxygen-rich habitats.
This is a research area. Oh, little fuckers look mean. Let me look for my logs to see what it says about them. I know I scanned them earlier. You. Nibbler mangoes, a pesky omnivore adapted to scrape feet. It will happily snap at fish, sponges, kelps, and human limbs. Enormous jaw crests the upper Rhinodisa and lower Rhinodisa. Crush rocks and dead coral before swallowing. Made of calcium apatite, surface in tough vinyl, and loaded with batteries of spare teeth. New teeth pushed up through the core of old teeth, splitting them open. Likely painful. I hate that. That sounds painful. Appreciable threat. Not a dedicated carnivore, but territorial and always hungry. Must maintain powerful jaw muscles and a massive digestive tract on a diet of slime, algae, and trash. Always looking for more to eat. And grinds its food in an internal gizzard, creating a concrete-like paste, frequently constipated as a result. Many fear larger predators, startled by bright light or loud sound. Probably a critical recycler. Reef ecosystems breaking down hard to bring into free nutrients. Droppings may be metal-rich. Nibblers may live in family groups or form small cohorts to defend against larger predators. May be dangerous in groups, distracted flares, and avoid pending any development, reuseful behavior, or droppings. So I need to get... his stuff's in here, but how the hell do I get in here is the question. Because that one's not letting me in. This one's not letting me in either. I know I can come in this way. Is this how I get to him? Seems like it.
Noah? Is there a fire? Noah, do not open the seacocks. Noah? Acknowledge, please. I have a mouse trap, Noah, and I'll use it. Do not...
Hey, I learned how to make I can make the blocks. I've learned how to make many things. Egg is a nibbler. Well, egg is talking about biting after all. I don't nibble, I bite. There's a difference. I chomp. Yay, now I think I can make a wake maker.
Do it, please. The kids deserve a chance to live.
Oh? Did I hear that right? I need to get in here somehow, but I got some useful information. I will flashbang y'all. Fuckers. Okay, I am getting sleepy, I won't lie.
EP hours.
Considering I decided to play this, like, right after work.
Mm.
I haven't slept. I've been awake almost 24 hours. So, since I can tell I'm starting to get sleepy, I will stop here for now, but I'm having a lot of fun. I'm really, really glad that I decided to play this and get this game. I'm really happy. I'm having a lot of fun exploring it. I might play it again when I wake up. I'm thinking about it. I think we might play more of it when I wake up. Fine, Nibbler, that's crazy. You do not, if only you knew the strength of my bite, but alas. Anyway, I had a lot of fun playing the game. It was really, really fun. I want to remind y'all that I do have a Discord if you want to join it. That's usually where I tell people what I'm up to and what my plans are. That's where we are right now currently. But I'm having a lot of fun. Thank y'all for coming by, for watching the stream, for joining in the stream. I do have the next 2 days off, so chances are I'm going to be spending these next 2 days streaming, hacking, all that good stuff. Because my move inches ever so closer. So I'm going to raid someone. I know exactly who I'm going to raid. I have a homie named Kiwi the Pirate. Very, very wonderful individual. We are going, and guess what Kiwi's playing? Also Subnautica. In fact, just started, like, 18 minutes ago. So, who else to raid than a fellow Subnautica 2 player? But Kiwi's really cool. So I'm gonna send y'all over there. Be good. Don't do anything. Don't be bad. Don't be mean. Don't point at you, Chad. Obey. Don't be a dick. Alright. Y'all go have fun. Enjoy watching how Kiwi handles the wildlife compared to me. And I will see y'all later, okay? Bye.